they wish. So you're all very welcome to this Detrans webinar. Today is the 12th of March, and last year the detransitioners got together and decided to create a Detrans Awareness Day. The reason being that this was the minority within the minority, and too many people were dismissing the stories of the detransitioners. Too many people were saying that they weren't really trans, that they weren't important in the trans debate, that they didn't deserve their own position. And it became blindingly obvious over the last year that not only is detrans a huge part of the trans phenomenon, but it's also a very undermined and dismissed and incredibly kind of, it's like injustice upon injustice is happening to the detrans people. I know when I first started following detrans Reddit, which has kind of become famous in this world, there was less than 1,000 people on it. Now they're not all detransitioners, but there's now nearly 26,000 people on Detrans Reddit. So it's an extraordinary escalation in numbers, and it's reflective of exactly when I did my film in 2018, that was Trans Kids, It's Time to Talk. You know, I was told very definitively by the people in Channel 4, by the researchers, by the people in the Tavistock and everybody else, that the numbers of detransitioners was vanishingly small, and that I needed to stop talking about detransition and stop saying I wanted to get a detransition onto that film, because they weren't a realistic part of this issue. And thankfully I pushed it in, and we did get a detransitioner, Kale, who's actually just recently married, by the way, and is gone on to live her life. She started her own business and she's moved on. So it's a lovely story, really. Myself and Kale became friends. I do want to say that I know that it's very brave of a detransitioner to come and speak their story. I saw some brilliant tweets today about detransitioners, and I think it's very important that we position this Detrans webinar with the voices, and I'll shut up soon, of the detransitioners who have their own thing to say. And I think it's much more important that we hear what each person here has to say, rather than people like me talking about them, because we're talking about them all the time. And I think that's not fair. What I love about Detrans Awareness Day, and why I was so into us doing this webinar on Detrans Awareness Day, was it was created by the detransitioners. And, you know, I asked on the group, like, why did we pick the 12th of March? You know, what was it, the 12th of March? And Carol said, I think it was the only day that the trans people hadn't chosen. So the only day out of 365 days, perhaps. So that might be a reason that we chose the 12th of March last year, but I'm delighted it is. So we've got a huge packed program. We're not going to be keeping to the schedule. I'm going to tell you that straight now. We're going to do as much as possible, keep to the program, but I'm not interested in shutting down detransitioners' voices. I'm not interested in hurrying somebody up. I want to hear exactly what they've got to say in their own way about whatever they want to talk about. And so for that reason, I hope people don't try to kind of worry about the schedule. This is all going to be recorded. Everybody's going to have their own clips. So it's very important that everybody has their own voice and says it in their own way. And we're going to start with the one and only, with Helena, who looks nervous. I'd say you're probably more nervous about your PowerPoint than anything else. And after Helena, we're going to have a panel discussion. And after that, I think we'll all be relaxed and it'll be plain sailing from then on. So knock it out of the park, Helena. You're very welcome.
Yes. Hello, I'm Helena. I am very nervous, mostly because I had a beautiful, very, try hard PowerPoint made. And then last night I saw that I had accidentally deleted it because I'm a boomer. And so this morning I've been kind of frantically remaking it. I hope that even though it's not the most put together looking thing that anybody's ever witnessed in their life, I hope it still helps everybody follow along, because what I'm going to be talking about today is a little bit esoteric, in that most people kind of don't really understand that this is going on and don't understand how this is impacting young people to identify as trans or want to transition. So I think this will be really helpful to hear about for any clinicians or researchers or therapists who are out there working with these young people, because this definitely impacted my experience. And just from being in online trans communities, I know that this has impacted many, many, many other, especially young girls. So without any further ado, let's see if I can figure out how to share my screen again. And here we go. So, yep, as you can see, what I'm going to be talking about today is fandom and how it relates to gender identity. So what on earth is fandom? Hold on, let me move this little thing out of the way so I can read what I wrote here. Fandoms are basically communities, primarily online, although fandoms have existed before the internet. But now, you know, when you say fandom, people mostly think online communities, devoted to discussing, celebrating, and creating content inspired by books, TV shows, movies, musical artists, or celebrities. Before I kind of get into the rest of this stuff here, I will tell you a little bit about my experience in fandom. So I spent the majority of my teenage years in these communities. And it, for most people, for myself and also for most young people, it's not a casual thing. It's not like, you know, you're kind of here and there looking at this stuff online. Most people who are participating in fandom, it's a huge part of your life. You're spending a huge amount of your waking hours perusing this kind of content and talking to other young people about your interests online. And I got into it when I was about 14. It started for me a little bit differently than maybe some others. It actually started with classic rock, which was a pretty small fandom, although there are some very big and popular fandoms, notorious fandoms. But that's kind of where I started out. It was just, you know, I was this 14-year-old, you know, 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 8th grader, really obsessed with Elvis and the Beatles. And I didn't know anybody else who was my age and not like a 50-year-old who was into these interests in the same way that I was. And so I was constantly looking online for, you know, new kinds of content. And I stumbled on a website called Tumblr. Tumblr has long been known for like one of the biggest hubs for fandom communities. And that's where I saw other people were posting about my interests. And I saw that most importantly, it was other teenage girls. So that really drew me in. I started posting immediately. I made an account. Other, you know, young girls started following me back, and I just like really took to it. And fandom was a huge, huge, huge part of my life up until I was about 18. So that is my story with it. After classic rock, I moved on to Harry Potter, which is a much bigger fandom. That's kind of why it's like ironic that J.K. Rowling is such a big TERF now, because, well, I say TERF in a loving way, not in a negative way, because, you know, it was her book that really kind of like influenced me when I was, not really her books, but it was the fandom around her books that really influenced me when I was developing my trans identities. It's a little bit ironic. That's not her fault. So then after Harry Potter, it was various musical artists. I, you know, was in the One Direction fandom for a while. I was in the Justin Bieber fandom. There's a huge fandom for like BBC shows. So like Sherlock and what are the other ones? I don't remember, but I know that a lot of people like Sherlock, Supernatural is another really big fandom. So there's all these like notorious fandoms. Anyway, so what are the key aspects of fandom culture? Because fandom culture is really kind of, it's known as being its own thing. It's kind of a very notorious thing online among young people. So this would be a constant stream of new art, fan fiction posts. People are really creating stuff. It's kind of a creative hub. It's where creative young people go to basically just create things. And it's usually kind of centered around this one strong interest they have in their life. Shipping, which is something that I will delve into a lot more later, which is basically, you know, the short version of it is relationships between characters or celebrities that people are very interested in. There's this thing called headcanons. A headcanon is basically, interpreting a character or a aspect of a piece of media however you like. So I might have a headcanon that Harry Potter is Black or something like that, which he's not in the book, but in my headcanon he is. So it's like this personal interpretation, and it's a very major part of fandom culture. There are many sub-communities and sub-interests within a fandom. So you'll have different ships, communities, you'll have all sorts of just smaller enclaves within the larger umbrella where people can get together, and oftentimes it creates like an echo chamber effect where people are just very, very focused on a small, narrow group of things. There's this unrestrained creativity that I was kind of talking about before, where there's really no checks and balances. There's no kind of like social stigma against maybe going too far with certain ideas. It's just a lot of people really bonding over this kind of creativity and pushing the limits. And that creates some of the wilder aspects of fandom culture that do make it so notorious. And then lastly, it's usually a pretty obsessive thing. Like I said, it's not something where people are just kind of casually engaging with it. It's usually like these young people where they're very, very, very focused on a interest or a sub interest that they have, and they're just thinking about it all the time, talking about it all the time, and it's never really satiated. It's just constantly kind of there. More things that make online fandom so unique and infamous, because it is very different than maybe other fandom communities in the past, like before the internet. So there are aspects of it that make it distinct from any other kind of fan culture in the past. One aspect of that is that people are always plugged in to the point where it's kind of an alternate reality. It's like you have your world in the real world where you're, talking to your family or going to school or whatever, but then you have this kind of alternate reality that you can access via your devices where, it's totally different people, it's totally different content, and you kind of always have access to that. There's no real break from it like there would be if you were only participating in real life fan communities like people did in the past. There's just infinite content, and it's always novel, and it's always at your fingertips. So again, there's no real stopgap, there's no taking a break. It's just like the more you search, the more you find, and the more you try to push a limit, the more you find that other people are pushing those limits and creating that kind of novel content. There's also that echo chamber effect and that insulation that I was talking about earlier, where really people are whittling down their social experience to only people who are very similar in personality and very, very similar in that they share these incredibly niche interests. And as to my next point, it's not like there's only 2 or 3 other people like that, like there might be in real life. If you found a group of 2 or 3 other very similar people, you have access to thousands of other people, hundreds or even thousands of other people all across the globe who are so similar to you, which is it's a very unique thing to kind of these internet communities. And there's also the aspect of really unrestrained fantasy and co-fantasy, where people are just spending an enormous part of their days engaging in fantasy and having relationships that are very centered around fantasy and sharing fantasy with each other. So it's not very grounded. And when people are spending a huge part of their lives in these communities, things can kind of get a little bit out of control because there's just so much fantasy. So who is the most drawn to fandoms? The largest demographic would be adolescent girls, although there's also a decent proportion of maybe young adult women, so like early 20s, although it's much smaller than the adolescent girls. And then there's a very small percentage of like fully adult women. And then there's also a very, very small number of males of any age. It's really like it's an extremely, extremely female dominated aspect of the internet. And as for the kind of personality traits, there are certain personality traits that are very drawn to fandom as well. So it's not really like any teenage girl gets involved in fandom. It's mostly teenage girls who are very emotionally intense, creative, obsessive, introverted, and intelligent. So these are really girls who they don't want to have casual kind of relationships where you just talk about like what's going on at school or what's for homework. They want to have these intense relationships where you can really get into these interests that they have. And they want to just kind of be like following this fantasy dynamic and really engaging with this stuff and creating new ideas. So that's the kind of young girl who is very drawn to fandom. And it's a very just homogenous kind of atmosphere in terms of the people who are in it. So when we talk about fandoms and fan communities and what people are interested in, it's not just kind of general. There's usually specific aspects of whatever media or artist or celebrity that the fandom is concentrating on that are explored more than other aspects. And some of those aspects, I think number one is usually relationships. That's a huge aspect of fandom culture, is exploring relationships, either real relationships that are actually written into the book or TV show or in the celebrity's life, or exploring relationships that are fictional in that the fans themselves are making it up. Another really big aspect is the emotional lives of the characters or celebrities. And that can be real things that you actually do see written in the book or talked about by the celebrity, or it can be kind of theorized. And that's, again, where a lot of fantasy comes into play. People do take it pretty far with theorizing and assuming things about or creating stories to themselves about what the emotional lives of these characters and celebrities are. So there's a lot of emphasis on that. Characters and celebrities that fans find physically attractive, that's a huge aspect too. There's that attraction aspect, just that like fangirling aspect of just really liking a certain boy or male or anything like that. And it is almost always a male. Fandoms are usually centered on kind of obsessing over a male figure. The significance of a certain piece of media, character, or celebrity to a fan's emotional life is also very important. So like, you know, with musical artists, you'll see fans who are like, oh, this X artist's music saved my life. There'll be those kinds of narratives. Or maybe about a book, you'll be like, you'll say that this character just really, you relate to them so much, and it just, you know, helps you hold on when you're struggling. And then lastly, relating to or identifying with characters or celebrities. And this is often done by projection, kind of like how I described that the emotional lives, real or theorized, are very important to fans. This kind of comes into play with relating to a certain character or celebrity, where fans will kind of make up a story that might be somewhat grounded in reality, but really it's kind of the fans putting their own spin of things onto the emotional experience of a certain person, and then relating to that projection onto that person. So there's this mix of fantasy and reality and emotion that goes on. So I mentioned this word earlier, shipping, and this is by far one of the most notorious aspects of fandom culture. It can get pretty crazy out there, but shipping is, so a ship is short for a relationship. And then the verb version of ship is shipping. And when you ship something, that means that you like the idea that being a relationship. So if I ship person A and person B, I like the idea of person A and person B being in a relationship together. I find that concept very interesting and captivating. The most popular ships and the vast majority of ships are male ships. And we're going to go into maybe why that is, some of my thoughts on why that is, because it is undeniable that the greatest focus is on the male ships. And this is mostly, again, adolescent and young adult women who are heterosexual being obsessed with these male pairings. Yeah, it's basically, it's an infatuation with the fantasy of two people being in a romantic or sexual relationship. And it really is an infatuation. It's not just a casual thing of, oh, I think person A and person B would make a cute couple. It's really focusing on it. It's creating art of these two people together. It's writing fan fiction, oftentimes also erotica of these two people together. And it's a huge focus. It's just like an absolute infatuation with this idea of this relationship. I think it all kind of boils down to it being a way to explore romantic and sexual themes and dynamics while maintaining a certain distance from it. This is usually really appealing to people who are intimidated by romance and sexuality in the real world, but they're also really craving that kind of intimacy, and they're craving relationships. So they end up turning to this kind of shipping phenomenon, because they're unable to meet those needs and satisfy those cravings in the real world. It's appealing to young girls and women who are very, very intensely attracted to boys or men, but they don't seek out relationships with male peers. And this might be because they're very shy. This might be because they have been hurt by males in the past, maybe abused or assaulted. So for whatever reason, they don't have these relationships with male peers. They're oftentimes very behind their other peers in terms of having those age-appropriate relationships. So you might have a girl who's 18, but has never even talked to like a boy ever, or has never been on a date, or who has never like held a boy's hand. That was definitely me. I was that girl who just avoided real male peers at all costs, but at the same time, I was just intensely preoccupied with the idea of boys. So that's one of the things that is so appealing about it. It's also appealing to young girls who like I said, they don't have social experience with boys, or they're otherwise struggling to adjust to adolescence in general. Adolescence is kind of a time period where everything is changing in terms of the social dynamics. So maybe before puberty, when everyone's a kid, boys and girls might be able to be friends, and it's all just kind of neutral. It's all the same. There's not this undertone of like, oh, who's dating, who's romantically attracted, who has a crush. There's not all that. But then adolescence happens, and some of these young girls are just very unprepared for that, and they have a really hard time adjusting to that, and they're intimidated really by this unfamiliar territory of male and female relationship dynamics. And lastly, oftentimes one will identify with or project onto one person in that ship. And I'll kind of talk about that a little bit more here in a second. So you might be thinking, what the hell? Why is a heterosexual girl obsessed with gay male ships? Wouldn't she be more interested in male-female relationships because she's a female? She should be projecting herself onto a female in a relationship with a male. What's going on here? So I have a theory about this. And this is kind of taken from my own experiences, but it's also just taken from looking back on all that time I did spend in fandoms and talking to so many other young girls who are very similar to me in that perspective. So I have a little bit of a pathway that I'm theorizing, where a young girl becomes infatuated with a male character or celebrity, and maybe even has a fantasy relationship with him in her head, and then feels intense resentment and even hatred at the canonical or real life romantic interest, female romantic interest of this male. And this you will see reflected in fandom communities. They're absolutely known to just freaking hate the female love interests of their favorite male celebrities or characters, to the point where, like, when it comes to real life people, the female love interests of certain male celebrities have just absolutely been put through the freaking ringer by their female fans. One like super notorious example is Taylor Swift when she was dating Harry Styles. They just like totally like went after her. These girls may feel insecure comparing themselves to this female love interest of their favorite male interest. They may look at, like, for example, you think of like a teenage girl, she's having a hard time adjusting, she's having a hard time socially, she's insecure, and then her favorite male celebrity is dating this gorgeous, beautiful bombshell celebrity woman. That creates just a lot of insecurity, and they really want that. They're having this fantasy relationship with this guy, and then they have this competition with this female, and it just creates so much insecurity. And like I said earlier, they may just be having a hard time adjusting to the complexity of maturing male-female relationship dynamics, where the idea of a male-female relationship gives them more anxiety than excitement or anything like that, where they don't want to be reading about male and female relationships because that's just really stressful. Going from there, some may start reading fan fiction about their favorite male celebrities or characters, and they may start out with reader fan fiction or ex-reader fan fiction, which is a second person fan fiction, and it's aimed at being immersive to the reader. So it'll be like whoever celebrity kisses you on the lips or something like that. But it's known for not being very good. Like, it's just kind of poor quality. So if you have a young girl who is really drawn to fan fiction and wants to be reading about that kind of stuff, you know, it's usually just not that good. And somewhere along that line, they'll stumble onto the gay pairings, the male-male pairings. And these are usually third person, and they're usually much more well-written. Like, when I tell you guys, there are epic, like 70 chapter works of like masterwork arts made about these gay ships online. I'm telling you guys, it's crazy. So they're usually a lot more well-written, and it can provide a vector for the girl to explore relationships and sexuality with the male objects of her infatuation without confronting all that resentment and insecurity and hatred and self-doubt that is triggered by female love interests and male-female relationships. And I promise I'm getting to a point in how this all connects to gender identity soon, but I need to give you guys this kind of background. Yeah, and then to touch on like the erotic aspect of it, erotic or romantic erotic scenarios that don't include women, because women cause all of those aforementioned negative feelings of insecurity, especially in like an erotic context, if the young girl in question is very insecure about her body, like thinking about a situation with her, you know, male celebrity interest in an erotic situation with a very attractive woman, like that is just painful to these young girls. And instead, when it's two men, it can be just very seductive because they love men and they don't want to see the women. And it's just kind of like this weird perfect storm for them. So what does this all have to do with gender and gender identity? So to begin, I will just say that in fandom communities, the absolute vast majority of adolescent girls are identifying as some form of trans. So there is a strong correlation. It's very popular. And part of this has to do with the shipping, the headcanons, the fantasy, and the other part has to do with the fact that fandom communities are very strongly into this kind of social justice worldview. It's super, super prominent. So any fandom community, it's going to have that hierarchy of, if you are a cis het white person, you're evil, you're terrible, you're horrible, you're disgusting, you're an oppressor, you are just the worst thing that has ever been put on earth. And then on the other side, if you're trans, if you're gay, if you're not white, then you are amazing and everybody needs to be super nice to you and all that kind of stuff. So there's just that kind of situation in these fandom communities. And the LGBT spectrum is really elevated in these fandom communities. And part of that is because of that love of the male-male pairings, where these girls are just really obsessed with the very idea of gay men, and they almost think it's like they're being like pro-LGBT by sharing this like gay fan fiction. It's a little bit convoluted, but that's definitely there. And then in terms of the shipping, these young girls, they're really experiencing their relationship fantasies as being between two boys. And they're developing an aversion to male-female relationships. And kind of in this environment, especially with that kind of social justice hierarchy that says that being trans and being a gay boy is so much better than being a boring old oppressive cisgender straight girl, they can really start to overly identify with the gay ships and that kind of dynamic. And it can be in this environment where there's no checks and balances on the fantasy, and it's just all these young girls identifying as trans together, shipping these ships together, talking about this all together. It's just so easy to kind of have your identity lines so blurred and to start to overly identify with being a quote gay trans boy. And then the headcanons also like really come into play here, because you can have a character and then you can maybe relate to that male character, but you are molding that character to be how you want him to be. And oftentimes there will be kind of a blurring of the lines between what is that fan's personal identity about themselves and what is their headcanon of their favorite character. So it's just like, again, another just blurred line when there's no, you know, reality, when there's no grounding, when it's so separated from, you know, any kind of judgment, and you're just always in this kind of like fandom community. Again, the lines get really, really blurred. So that's kind of, if you take away anything from this presentation, just think about these are young girls who are engaging in so much fantasy. It's really geared towards loving boys, celebrating boys. Social justice tells them that being a cis straight girl is a terrible, disgusting thing. They feel insecure about being girls. They think being a boy would be so much better. Being a boy is so much more exciting. They don't have to confront all of those insecurities that they have about relationships between men and women. And it's just so easy for the fantasy to take over. A few more little notes about fantasy. Again, it's 24/7. There's no checks and balances. When you're in the real world and maybe you're role playing with your friends on the playground and one of you plays the role of Superman, you can pretend to be Superman all you want, but you'll never be able to fly. Whereas in these online communities, it's almost as if you can fly, because you're not doing the role playing in the real world, you're doing it online. There's so much fantasy, you're lost connection with the real world peers and your physical body. So it's just, it becomes very real. These favorite characters and these celebrities can start to feel like a real part of you. You see yourself in them and you want to emulate them very badly. So imagine an adolescent girl who is obsessed with an attractive male character, simultaneously is feeling affection for him and exploring relationship ideas through him as a vector with other men, and also wants to emulate him. And then gender ideology comes along and says, this is all a sign that you're trans. This is all a sign that deep down you really want to be a boy. And I'll give you all an example of what that kind of looks like. So this is a Tumblr post, and it has 72,000 plus notes, which is like impressions, that's likes and retweets. And it says something that bears mentioning. I get why we need to shame straight girls who fetishize MLM, that means male loving male ships. But to any straight girls who consistently relate to or resonate with male loving male dynamics on a deep level, or see themselves in queer male characters, if by any chance this post from a tiny, tiny blog crosses your dashboard, please take this moment to very privately consider the possibility that you might not be straight or a girl. And this is so freaking pervasive. This is everywhere. And by the possibility that you might not be straight, that's not saying that she could be a lesbian. That's saying that she could be a gay boy. So that's pretty much all I have for you guys. Some stuff to think about. If you have a client or a child who is very into fandom, this is kind of like what they're experiencing. And this post that I have right in front of you, that's just one really good example that I felt like kind of ticked all the boxes for what I'm trying to explain to you guys. But this is not the only post. It's a culture. It's an entire culture of, you know, being obsessed with boys in this very unique way, and then being told that that makes you trans. So yeah, that is all I have for you guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you learned something, and I hope this didn't just go completely over your heads.
That was amazing, Helena. Really, really amazing. I'd say everybody has so many questions, we don't really know where to start.
Yeah, everybody probably is like, what the fuck?
I might just ask you just a couple of questions, and then we'll roll into the panel discussion. Is your kind of thesis that this is kind of a female sexuality that is kind of falling all over the place effectively online?
Yeah, I think this is like, I wouldn't say it's a female sexuality, because now that I'm like, I used to be very into this like gay shipping stuff when I was a teenager. And now that I'm older and like more comfortable with my body and in a real relationship, like I'm not interested in that whatsoever. It was very much something when I was younger. So I don't think it's like asexuality, but
A developing sexual expression or a
I
developing
think
sexual curiosity or something.
I think it's like it stems from things that are developmentally normal for certain adolescent girls with certain personality styles and maybe certain life experiences. Yeah, but it just kind of, because there's no restraints and there's just so much fantasy involved and it's so disconnected from the real world, it just kind of spins out of control. But I think at its core, it is like developmentally normal.
And it reminds me, like, it just reminds me, I don't know whether this sounds ridiculous, but like I think of, you know, Frank Sinatra's Bobby Socks or whatever they were, and the Beatles and all those girls screaming at all those concerts, and they had lost it. And in the 70s, those girls, and they were just literally insane. And I remember hearing about girls kissing posters all the time, and it feels incredibly similar.
It is similar. It's I definitely think that's kind of it's definitely a phenomenon that has been present. I'm sure, I mean, in like Roman times, there were women who were doing this about gladiators. Like, I think it's kind of it's a normal aspect of female sexuality and like romantic interest. But I think it goes like beyond normal when there's just no kind of like connection to the real world, when you're just spending so much time online and not really having real relationships.
Yeah. And a lot of girls, I think they start off with like being obsessed with, you know, somebody from a pop band, and then they move on in an ideal world into that. Nice to see Detrans Awareness Day is trending on Twitter. Great.
Nice.
Yay! Can we take a moment? That's great news. But I do think that the big difference is there isn't doctors ready to medicalize that in any other generation. And this is the big,
Absolutely.
huge,
Absolutely.
massive difference.
And that's really what I'm trying to convey. Like, I literally guarantee you that if you took a pool of all the adolescent girls who are, you know, trying to transition right now, and you look through their social media, you would see, God, especially out of the heterosexual ones or even the bisexual ones, you would see a vast majority who are in fandom culture and they're engaging in this like shipping stuff. But it's like the clinicians, they don't realize that, they don't know about this. And so you're really like, you're medicalizing something that is so kind of like, you're making something permanent and physical and real, which is in essence a very kind of like fantasy, like developmental adolescent kind of fantasy, like romantic exploration.
Wow. Wow.
And that's definitely what happened to me.
Yeah, it seems to be
Yeah,
very clear.
absolutely.
Okay, will we welcome in the panel discussion, Detrans 101, what you need to know. I know Helena, Sinead, Grace and Carol are going to be part of this, so you can unmute yourselves. And I suppose the big concept, and anybody else who wants to join in, make your voice known, please do. But yeah, the big question for this is what each of you want people to know. What do people need to know about detransition? And you know, it can go any which way. So maybe Sinead, would you kick it off? You look like you're ready with something to say. Go on then.
Just the face I have, Stella.
You do.
I mean, I think one thing that we really do need to get out of the way initially is that I think most of the people that are here detransition because of transition regret related issues, but obviously that's not the only reason why people detransition. And I know we're going to get hit with that. So I'll just go ahead and get that out of the way. There's so many reasons why people detransition. Sometimes, you know, well, in fact, we'll go with the studies. We'll go with the Lisa Lippman study and the Ellie Vandenbush study. The most common reasons for detransitions in those instances was realizing that your gender dysphoria was related to other issues. It was due to health concerns that would come with the steps of transition. And it was also due to, very commonly, I don't know if it was the most common, but very common, was realizing that internalized homophobia or misogyny had something to do with it. But there's also people who detransition indeed because of transphobia and because of discrimination and things like that. There's lots of reasons. And so what detransition is, in its simplest boiled down component, is someone who has began medical transition and for a reason decided to cease that. But for me, I mean, I think what we would be talking about today, what I would like the people listening to hear about today, is it's not just ending the medical process, it's also returning to a previous identity. And in a lot of cases, I won't speak for anyone here, but I know you're probably very much on the same page as me, it's giving up the trans identity, you know? So at one point, everyone thinks about the hormones and the surgeries and things like that. That's not the whole point. The internal process that you go through is huge, and it can rule your life. It's like for me, and it was an obsession for years. And so detransition for me wasn't just stopping cross-sex hormones and stuff like that. It was letting go of a mindset that I had adopted where I believed that I wasn't a woman. So I think, sort of to kick things off, if anyone else would like to jump in and say anything else, is detransition is a lot of different things, but what's the baseline? That's mine.
Whoa.
So,
Come on in, Carol.
okay, so for me, I really think the core to detransition is a recognition of reality again. It's a recognition of your reality and just of the reality. And your reality is, I'll speak from my perspective. My reality was that I was a woman, I was female. My reality was that I was a lesbian. My reality was I am a butch lesbian. All those things I ran from since I was a kid and never had it addressed and never dealt with those issues. and the trans identity that I was really had the brain of a man in a woman's body just fits so nicely, because I mean, if you look at the DSM, what's most of the criteria? It's your likes, your dislikes, how you dress, just all those really superficial things. And butch lesbians especially, we tick so many of those boxes, and we always have from such a young age. It is no wonder so many of us has fallen into trans ID and transition. But for me, the core of it is acknowledging your reality and being humble about it, and then moving forward from there.
It strikes me as it's a loss of faith, though, because if you've believed something and then you don't, you're kind of in a very, I would imagine, a shaky place.
It's painful. It's very painful to the beginning.
To
It's
lose your
that
faith.
feeling, isn't it, where you find out detransition is an option, but you're so afraid to do it, and it takes such a long time to be able to admit to yourself that you were wrong, because it's embarrassing, and you feel ashamed and you feel guilty, and in many cases you lose all the friends that you had because all your friends are trans, and then you detransition and you're seen as a heretic somewhat, and you don't want to detransition. You don't want to admit that you were wrong. You don't want to be a woman with a beard or a man with breasts. You don't want to lose all your friends. You don't want people to be hostile to you and accuse you of being a bigot, while you're also dealing with transition regret, which, as many of me here know all too well, it's a living hell, especially when none of your therapists or counselors will listen to you, especially when you do actually find someone who isn't completely against detransition, and their response is, maybe you're gender fluid, maybe you're non-binary. It's so, detransition isn't fun and it's not enjoyable. And I completely understand why so many people lost in transition say it took me a year, 2 years, 5 years, because why the hell would you want to do it sooner?
I knew for a year before I actually stopped the process that I had made a mistake. But I couldn't bring myself, I really, the biggest part was I couldn't tell my family that. I put them through so much. I couldn't go, it seems so ridiculous to go, oops, I made this huge goddamn mistake. And that was devastating. That was the hardest thing. If it would just been me, would have been much easier, in my opinion, for me. But the impact it had on my family was horrible.
Could I ask, when you said there was a year, did you continue to take the hormones for a year, or yeah?
Yep.
I done that as
I
well.
did.
I think that's
Did
actually quite common. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
I knew I became gender critical. I became critical of the whole thing. But I continued taking the hormones because I felt really stuck. I didn't know what to do.
Wow.
And I didn't know where to go. There was nowhere to go. Where do I go? I didn't know anybody who detransitioned. I hadn't heard even about it. And I had brought it up to my therapist many times when I had been seeing her, that I had questions, I had concerns, and she didn't want to talk about it. I could definitely tell she didn't want to talk about it. So we never talked about it.
What do you think, Grace?
Yeah, I think the piece about it being not just a loss of like your, like dealing with the medical changes, but also dealing with an entire context of your personal life and your belief system is really, really painful. And I think it is very understandable to me that like Sinead and Carol stayed transitioning for some time after some part of them had realized it was a mistake, because there's so much like cognitive dissonance already, at least that I was experiencing through the whole process. And also, there's a lot of stuff within trans culture that's about managing that, like about like soothing the worry that you might not be trans, or like, being like, no, you are valid, like it's real. And it's, which to me says that a lot of trans people struggle with these sorts of doubts and like confusion, and then to push through that and slowly be having the realization that it might be wrong dawning on you, and like desperately not wanting it to be true, is extremely painful. And I think often I'd be curious how often people feel this way. I think there's often just some sort of like moment of like undeniability that I hear detransitioners talking about, like some sort of like, oh fuck moment, being like, I can't deny it anymore. I don't know. I remember lying awake one night and like being unable to sleep and just having all my doubts just crashing down upon me and just kind of throwing up the white flag, being like, okay, I accept it. Like I ruined my life. This was wrong. And it was devastating, but I couldn't deny it anymore. It was very powerful. So yes, so detransition is hard, and it's not just about the medical stuff.
Is there anything anybody can do if you see somebody who seems to be lost in transition and could be having those dark nights of the soul in the middle of the night? You can almost see it that they would be having it. I wonder, is there anything you can say to them?
They need a therapist that will listen to them. You know, if you go to your therapist and say that you're starting to struggle with some feelings of regret, and you know, maybe you don't use the word detransition, maybe you say something instead like, I'm considering going back, quote unquote, your therapist should be able to listen to that. What they shouldn't do is say, you know, well, maybe it's because you have another identity, you know, maybe it's because of transphobia, maybe it's because of discrimination. And all the 5 years that I was trans identified, I never once experienced transphobia. I was celebrated and I was held up as beautiful and brave. Never once did I experience discrimination until I detransitioned. And the first people to treat me poorly were my therapists, because they just didn't want to speak about detransition. I needed help. I'm so fortunate that I have wonderful friends and family, including many of the people attending this that I've spoken to. I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have anyone when those therapists done that, because you're already at rock bottom. And when you hear a certifiable or whatever qualified mental health professional being like, I don't know what detransition is, like it's a kick in the stomach. It really, really feels bad.
Whoa.
You know, I hate to say this because I was at one point on track to become a therapist. I really believed in the mental health field. And this whole experience, it's weird for me to say this, but I would really tell somebody to not go to a therapist, not seek it, because I tried every therapist I could under my insurance, and everyone was horrible to me because I came in angry. At the time, I was very angry. I was angry that I felt lied to. I felt betrayed. I felt that a lot of homophobia had taken place from everybody, but definitely from the therapist I had at the time. And I got one therapist actually tried to convince me that I was not correct in my assumption of what was going on, and that she knew for a fact that transition was excellent because she was actively transitioning a 4-year-old girl. I lost it with her. I yelled at her. I gave her hell. And I felt, you know what? She fucking deserves it. And I walked out and I sat in my truck and I sobbed. I broke down like you would not believe. I had shaking. I had to call my wife and she had to talk me through it so I could drive home. It was fucking devastating. And
Whoa.
I will, so I wonder, I would say, try to find some community, try to find some other detransitioners. You know, if you start becoming active in some of these communities, you will find, in my opinion, more help than you ever will from a therapist. Unless you can find a therapist you know is going to be supportive. And I'm not saying they're not out there. Obviously, here's Stella, but they are hard to find.
Well, I'll back you up. I became a therapist because I trailed around in my 20s, going from what I believe were one terrible therapist to the next. And I suppose the big difference is I think so many of us are messed up and screwed up in our teenage years and in our 20s. It's part of it. That's what we are. But the big, huge difference, I might have got crap therapists, but they weren't telling me to go off and do some sort of medical thing. You know, the big, huge difference is the specter of you know, surgery and hormonal interventions that just was a huge layer of difference for you guys. Helena, you look like you were going to come in there on something there a minute ago. You're not so
I was
sure.
just kind of agreeing about the bad experiences with therapists. And I guess like something that I was actually talking about on Twitter last night, because I was getting in my feelings about it, was how, if anybody's like unfamiliar with my story, when I was on testosterone, I actually had just like a very bad reaction to it, and it gave me just some really terrible mental health symptoms that actually put me in a danger to myself and others. And I was hospitalized twice in like a mental health hospital over this. And like my entire experience with every mental health professional that I had during the years that I was trans, like none of them even mentioned the testosterone might be an issue. Like that was never, they diagnosed me with a bunch of different mental illnesses and prescribed me 4 different freaking psychiatric drugs, which like I was in such a bad place, I ended up abusing some of them. And like it was just like a total fucking disaster in my life. Absolutely such a dark time. But it's like, what the hell is our mental health institution? It's not like, and I've said before, like, it's not like it's just one psychiatrist or one therapist who did this. It's freaking everybody. It was everybody at the hospital. It was everybody at my outpatient program. I probably interacted with like 10 different psychiatrists, like, and nobody ever brought up that, oh, okay, you're an 18-year-old girl on 100 milligrams a week of testosterone. Maybe this is causing your breakdowns. No, it was just, I was just told I was mentally ill and I needed to be on 4 different medications for life.
Oh my God. And from what I can remember of you, you were in at 18 and you said to the nurse, as if you were the doctor, oh, I've low estrogen, give me top dose. And they did. Is that right, Helena?
Yeah, that's what happened at my appointment when I went to get the testosterone when I was 18. Like she was gonna start me on a lower dose, but then I, just being like so naive and ignorant, I said like, oh, well, I want to go on a higher dose because I think that I have extra estrogen, so I'm gonna need more testosterone to like give me the body that I want. And she was basically just like, okay. And then we had a conversation and she ended up prescribing me 100 milligrams, which is on the higher end of what people usually start out with. Some people might end up at 100 milligrams after moving up from a lower dose, but like to start on 100 milligrams is kind of, I haven't met anybody else who has had that experience, at least.
And you're
Can I
not
just ask,
tall, you're-
Helena, like, did you inject your own testosterone or did you have to get it injected by a nurse?
I injected it,
And they just gave you the full vial and were like, here you go.
basically. And I remember like, I was so like, oh my God, I was just so naive and just like not in a good place. So I would like fill up the vial even more, just being like, oh, I just need more testosterone because it's like I hate my body so much. I just want it to change. I just need more testosterone. So I was probably injecting like, Lord knows how much testosterone.
Wow.
Yeah, I did the
yeah.
exact same thing because initially when I got my vial, my testosterone was sustained to 50, and they were like, we're going to give you the whole vial, but you're only supposed to inject half. But of course, I was out of my damn mind. I was like, more testosterone will make me a man quicker. So of course I was
Yeah.
injecting. Like there was no supervision. There was no
Yeah.
like, and then you'd go for your blood work and they'd be like, everything looks fine. Do you want a higher dose? Even though your mental health is plummeted. And it was like,
Yeah.
on paper, it was like we saw this patient and spoke to this patient, but in the actual appointment, there was nothing. There was no safeguarding, there was no care, there was no inspection, there was nothing. And I think, people will bring out these files in these studies where it's like, we saw these patients and we spoke to them and we had all these appointments. If you actually speak to the people who attended them, it was like, there was no medical questions. I used to go for my blood checks and she'd be like, how's uni going? I'm like, fine. She's like, right, see you in a couple of months. That's all it was. There was no intense mental health check or talk therapy. It didn't happen.
I didn't even get blood work when I was prescribed testosterone. They didn't even test my blood hormones or anything. They were just like, okay, here you go. And they said that like, because the clinic that I went to was a Planned Parenthood, their official policy was to, for the first appointment, they take the blood work and then they wait for the blood work to come back. And then you come in to get your first injection after a week or 2. But they were like, oh, you seem so sure and you've come such a long way that we're just going to not do the blood work because it's not necessary anyway. And also here's this massive dose of testosterone.
Yeah, my
Cara, what were you
experience
gonna
was
say?
the same, pretty much with testosterone, and Planned Parenthood was my provider, and they are the biggest provider in the United States of this.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, like they
Grace,
gave me a 3-month supply, just like a vial
Yep.
that was a 3-month supply. So there's no like, there's like, and there was no follow-up either. Like I had a phone call follow-up 2 weeks after the appointment, but after that, I just never heard from them again. So it's like, yeah, that's just kind of the average Planned Parenthood experience.
I went into Planned Parenthood for about a year, 2 or 3. I was having really bad vaginal atrophy, and I went in to Planned Parenthood to get care for that. And they basically said they'd never heard of such a thing. They didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And they got me, they said, here, we're going to get you some information. And they went and they got me a number to a plastic surgeon to get genital reconstruction surgery or whatever, basically to get lower surgery, to get sex change surgery. I was like, oh, this is not helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. I wasn't even told about vaginal atrophy or
Mm.
anything either.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Neither was I.
That wasn't mentioned.
And yet it's a very common feature. What about yourself, Grace?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so just talking about like people feeling, scared to go back to therapists and like doctors, like it's a huge feeling of institutional betrayal. That's this phrase that people use for like, betrayal from something bigger than just one person. It's like this whole system, like Helena said. And I got informed consent hormones. I, checked off my informed consent checklist, but I went back. I went back later and I was like, hey, so I read like the most widely used standards of care, which are the WPATH standards of care. And they said that you're supposed to provide all these assessments for like autism and eating disorders and depression and stuff. And they really recommend that you offer all this stuff. Like you said, you follow WPATH, like, why didn't you do any of this for me? Or why didn't you at least tell me about it? Like, what is going on here? And they were just like, well, we just would rather really err on the side of not doing that. I was like, okay, great. Well, thanks for nothing, I guess. Like, just is so frustrating because, you're realizing that these providers are basically, they're very ideologically captured. They think that they're doing the right thing, but they're making these choices to do absolutely nothing in the way of mental health support. And, it's shocking to see it rolled out on such a wide scale after I've been hurt by it and seen other people hurt by it as well.
Well, there's no money to be made off of offering people mental health.
Yeah. Like, can you all remember the first time you went to a therapist or counselor and brought up, or even just insinuated that you were dealing with transition regret? Can you remember their faces? Because I remember mine. Like, you go in and you're like, I'm starting to have some doubts, and the wall came up, and you're like, you're supposed to be a clinically neutral health provider. What, to this day, I'm not including you, Stella, because I haven't like been to you as a patient. I've been spoken to you and blah blah blah, but I've never visited a hospital or my GP or the health group that I was referred to. I've never went for treatment, and so far, not yet, I haven't met someone that wasn't ideologically captured. And I've been detransitioned for over 2.5 years. It's just not there.
This is a broken system. This whole gender therapist, if you want to call them that, whatever the hell they are, it's just broken. It's not working. It's not serving people. It's not looking after people at all. To finish this part of the discussion, is there anything you would like to say that you think people need to know? I'll just ask each one of you. Is there anything you'd like to say that you think people need to know about detransition, or what is important, or maybe a myth that needs to be exploded, anything like that? Yeah, Carol?
So I think the biggest takeaway with transition regret, if you're detransitioning because of regret, is that the person, that transition was traumatic for them. That whole transition and the detransitioning is going to might be one of the most traumatic things they've ever been through. And that has to be acknowledged, and that has to have that kind of care from mental health professionals and from doctors. That has to be understood. You can't just slap a new pair of tits on them and send them out the door. That's not going to help, you know, which is the answer I got from Kaiser. I said, I want to detransition, and you guys gave me the shit, and I want you to go ahead and you basically fix it, kind of. And without batting an eye, well, we can get you in for breast reconstruction. No, I don't want that, you know.
Wow.
So I mean, it really is. It's they think they can just, you know, like your you know, Mr. Potato Head here. We can just, you know, put on some new parts and you're good to go. It's not. It's a trauma. It is a trauma that you're going to carry with you the rest of life. That doesn't mean you're not going to heal from it. It doesn't mean you're not going to be much happier down the road, because I am, but it's still there. Still something you went through.
Utter betrayal.
I'll go next if you want. I think, like, for me, if I was able to sit down with a large group of people who were in the mental health or medical field, or the people who actually had a say in what they did with people like us, as much as I would love them to know a lot about detransition, and certainly in the coming years, they're going to have to, they're not going to have a choice about that. But if I had things my way, I would go back into the past and I would talk about preventative techniques. You know, there's been so many people who've transitioned who they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have been facilitated in that. We're examples here. And so for me, I think it would be when you have, for example, a young woman who is struggling with a plethora of other issues. Maybe she's depressed, maybe she's anxious, maybe she's struggling with other things like eating disorders and things like that. How could you possibly look at a young woman with all of these issues and decide to just put them aside because gender's been put on the table and hand this young woman irreversible cross-sex hormones? How could you do that in good conscience? I don't understand. And I know that everyone's being fed this stuff about trans is beautiful and brave and stunning and it's your authentic self. Yeah, if you actually have gender dysphoria, but what about the absolutely massive surge that we've seen? Even JIDs themselves in the UK have had to come out and admit that this is an absolutely unprecedented surge. They've never seen it. It was always a very small group of older men, and now you're seeing this abundance of teenage girls and young women, many of whom are lesbian or gay, many of whom are autistic, many of whom come from foster care, and a whole host of other stuff. How dare you? How dare you sit those women down and hand them cross-sex hormones and double mastectomies as if that's nothing? So I think rather than telling people this is how you treat detransitioners, I want that, but I don't want more detransitioners. I want less. And in order for that to happen, we actually need to treat people with gender dysphoria properly. And the affirmative model that we've adopted so far is disgusting. And that's what needs to change.
Wow, can we get a round of applause here?
You got me there. You got me. What about Grace? Would you like to say something? And then after that, Helena. And then we'll move on to Allie and her piece.
Yeah, I would just say if you are a detransitioner or have a detransitioner in your life, I know how completely, you know, shattering an experience it can be, and how it can feel like your life is ruined. And I think that everyone here has probably struggled with those feelings to some extent, but I definitely know that there is life after detransition. As Carol said, you know, it's something that you'll carry with you forever, but I never want to see someone like succumbing to despair. So I just think that, especially given that institutions are so ideologically captured on this issue, it's just really important that, you know, people try to be there for each other and to support the detransitioners in their life through what's probably a really hard time, and to just try to hold out hope, because I truly believe that you can recover from it.
Oh, that's lovely. And Helena?
A big point of mine is just kind of what my presentation was about, where we are really, as someone very aptly put it in the chat, someone said doctors are concretizing transient obsessions. And That is very true, I think, for many of us here, where really we were either very young or in a vulnerable point in our lives, and we just got hooked on this idea, whether it's because we watched YouTube videos or we read too much gay fan fiction or whatever. We just kind of got hooked on this idea that, you know, we were always meant to be boys or girls, and all of our problems stem from the fact that we were assigned the wrong gender at birth, and it's all going to be amazing and we're going to have trans joy when we transition. And like, you're just like, when you transition a person like that, like, you are making something concrete, you are damaging them, you are harming them for life based on something that they would have grown out of or overcome without like the permanent damage. So
Brilliant, thank you. Before I welcome in Allie for her presentation, and thank you very much for this Detrans 101. I think it was very, very powerful from all of you. I think you're all right about the therapists. I think you have been failed by the medical profession. And I think it's easy for somebody like me who was so mad so many different times in my life. And, you know, I've always known, you know, the mind can make a hell, you know, a heaven out of hell and a hell out of heaven. There's no doubt about it. And we can every one of us can get stuck on things. And it's just so unfair that your stuck got interpreted into a medical situation that, you know, you just didn't. It wasn't fair. The real injustice has been done. We'll move on to the autism angle with Allie, if you want to unmute yourself, and if everybody else can mute themselves. And Allie is going to give us the autism angle, which is an incredibly important part of the trans identification experience, because in many ways, I know one study from the Tavistock, 48%, the Tavistock is the largest gender clinic in the world, 48% of the participants, of the attendants were autistic. It's a huge part of it. So Allie, take it away in your own inimitable way.
Hi. So I'm like super nervous. I have literally never done anything like this in my entire life. So yeah, if I just laugh my way through it, it's just what I do. So I should probably give some kind of like background first of all, just because context is like really important with these things, I think. So I'm Allie, I'm 22 now, and I went on testosterone when I think I was about to turn 19. So yeah, I think it was a couple months before my 19th birthday. I started on, I've still got a bottle of it here. It is, I think some of like the newer kind of wave of transitioners will recognize this. I never injected. I was a testosterone gel patient. I was given that when I was 19 years old. I was on it for just over a year and a half before I detransitioned in lockdown, and I'm autistic. And since coming to the conclusion that the whole trans wasn't for me, I really started delving into what actually led me to transitioning in the first place. And me and my partner went through a billion different discussions about this until one day when I was 20 years old, I was basically confirmed that I was autistic. And this is something that, as you mentioned before, a lot of transitioners, a lot of people who fall into, as Helena mentioned, the whole idea of fandoms, a lot of these girls do fall under the umbrella of being neurodivergent. So this is basically just anybody who has some sort of neurodevelopmental disorder, whether it might be autism spectrum disorder or Asperger's. I know people don't tend to use that word anymore, but some people still, you know, classify themselves as being Asperger's, whether it's ADHD, which I know a few people from Twitter have mentioned in the past that they have ADHD, or Tourette's and things like that. I think it's a lot of the time it's these girls that do tend to fall into, and again, I'm saying girls, not too sure about the guys. I know it sounds crazy. I have never met a male detransitioner. I think I might, again, have some like Twitter mutuals that might be, but I've never personally spoke to any. So when I talk about this, it's very much in relation to females. So I think it's a lot of the time these females who do tend to fall down this rabbit hole of gender transition. And I actually went and researched this a little bit because I was kind of curious off my own back, like how common actually is this for autism and trans identity to sort of overlap. And I've literally got it in front of me now that according to a study done last year by Cambridge University, transgender people are like 3 to 6 times more likely than the average population to have some form of neurodivergence like autism, ADHD, etc. So it's a really, really big factor that it's really important to understand what this connection is. So for me personally, after all the digging that I did, I sort of came to a few different conclusions as to what this was all about. So first of all, I mean, I actually have notes because like I say, being autistic, not great at public speaking. So I'm just going to give sort of an idea of what the actual symptoms, again, for me were that made me sort of think initially that I was autistic. So ever since I grew up, I was a very, very tomboyish child. I'm not now, as you can probably see. I'll get into that later on. I was a very tomboy kind of kid. I was raised.
You've just gone off your screen. Your screen. Put your screen back on, even though it's great without it. But yeah, it's better with it.
Is it better? There you go. So yeah, when I was younger, I was a very masculine child. I was raised in a very masculine environment. And again, this isn't something that everyone can relate to, I don't know, but I was pretty much raised from childhood by my dad and my 2 older brothers. And then from my teenage years, when I met my boyfriend, my current boyfriend, when I was 13, he pretty much, Jesus took the wheel after that. So my whole life, I was very much surrounded with a lot of male influence. And even when I started at school, I really, really struggled to make any sort of female bonded connections. Like female friends were really out of reach for me. I remember even on my very first day of school, I literally walked in on my first day of reception at 4 years old and immediately ran off over into like the boys group, like playing football. I was a very sort of, I don't know, because I was a very creative, feely child, but I also wasn't feminine, you know. I didn't really care for like groovy chick. I didn't really care for Barbie or Bratz. I thought it was all kind of, you know, boring. I just want to play football. So I was very much that way inclined. I always struggled on to get along with girls, and I think a big part of this was in relation to the autism symptoms, because one big thing I think about male and female friendships that I learned from a very, very young age, and actually was sort of instilled in me right from like this primary school era, was that there's a lot of social rules, okay, to female friendships. I think we can all admit it. Male friendships to me were just so much easier. There wasn't all these rules about, oh, you can't wear the same outfit as me, or you can't talk to her because I fell out with her. You know, with the guys, we'd fall out, we'd fight, we'd make up, we'd forget about it the next day. And when you've got autism, one of the major symptoms of autism is this struggle with socializing, this struggle with social communication, context, cues. And when you've got all these added in factors of female socialization and the way that girls are raised to be in friendships with one another, you know, it's all very competitive. I think being brought up as a girl, you're brought up to kind of value like your beauty and, oh, don't get your dress muddy and things like that. Whereas as a child, I just could not deal with that sort of thing. So I ended up sort of falling into these very male friend groups, which to this day I am still in. So all of the friends I made in high school, I am still friends with now. We are also like the bestest friends, and they're very, very understanding people. So I think right from the get-go, I was very sort of outcasted and very sort of secluded from female friendship groups. And this is what formed the basis to me believing I should be a man. And I even sort of tweeted about this today. I did mention it sort of in a very tongue-in-cheek way that, you know, like, oh, I was tired of not fitting in with girls my whole life. I had this issue where I didn't know how to bond with girls. I didn't know how to, you know, replicate, because a lot of autistic people, we don't sort of, the way I've always explained it, and I was literally talking to my boyfriend about this before, right? Before I like went ahead and did all this. One thing that I mentioned is that autistic people aren't really born with the instruction manual, like the built-in instruction manual that neurotypical people are, of how to form those social bonds. So for me, a big part of it was about replication and about copying people. And for me, just because of the way that male friendships seem to be a lot easier and they seem to be a lot more blunt, they seem to be a lot less emotional, it was a lot easier for me to then fall into those male friendship groups and to copy and replicate that male behavior. And this was another part of the autism that sort of overlaps with my idea of transition. So you have me as a child, 5 or 6 years old, playing football with boys. I was on an all boys team up until the age of 12. I don't think I went to a female sleepover until I was about 11. I was literally copying these boys. And so what happens is when day in, day out, you're socializing with your dad, you're socializing with your rough, rowdy older brothers, you're socializing with your male football team, is I would even pick up their traits and their mannerisms. So, how girls tend to sit, little cross-legged, things like that. I would, legs apart, man spreading, I would be straight up copying them. Even the way they spoke, as much as I hate to admit it now, I mean, I'm a bisexual girl, so this is going to make more sense. When I started developing sort of more, romantic sexual feelings, I conducted that in the way that is very typical of male socialization. Oh my God, look at her, she's well fit. You know what I mean? It was, it wasn't like how Helena was mentioning earlier, where it was like this deep-seated, unrequited love crush on a, very female-friendly male sort of character or celebrity. It was very, and again, I'm going to sound so gross, I am so sorry, but it makes sense. It was all very, page 3 girls, internet porn, things like that. So even the way that my sexuality developed was very typical of the way that a male sexuality would then go on to develop. So over time, all of this added up to a very deep-seated feeling within me that I am not supposed to be a girl. I don't get on with girls. I don't have any of the interests of girls. I behave like a man. I act like a man. I'm attracted to women in the way that men are. To me, in my head, the only possible conclusion was that I was meant to be a boy. There is no way. In my head, I used to say to my boyfriend all the time, I remember us very specifically sitting on this bed and me being like, I just don't get it. I have a male brain. And I'm going to get onto that as well at some point, the whole concept of a male brain, because that is one thing that got into my head. So I started having these feelings. Like I say, I was about 11, 12 at this point, where I was very, very convinced I'm meant to be a boy. There is no way I do not get on with girls. It just does not make any sense. So I was having all these issues with, social problems that autism causes, the sort of general introversion, being sort of very quiet at school, not really, branching out of what was my comfort zone. And so, as Helena mentioned before, I discovered the wonderful land of the internet, Tumblr, YouTube. Teenage me fell in love with the likes of, and you might have heard a few of these names, maybe not if you were very involved in these circles, the likes of Calvin Garra, Blair White, sort of like what we would consider trans medicalists. So people who believe that you are born transgender, that there are some people who in the womb, they were born wrong. You were meant to have developed male, and by some fault or accident or whatever, you were accidentally born female. And so I fell in love. Teenage me was like, oh my God, this is the answer. This is it. I'm gender dysphoric. I was meant to be born male. There's no other reason why I might struggle to get along with women. There's no other reason. It's because I'm meant to be a boy. And so at this point, I started really divulging into that. I started experimenting quite a lot with my gender presentation. I remember the funniest thing is I went to the supermarket with my dad once. I picked up some male deodorant and I put it in the trolley. And my dad was like, that's for guys. And I was like, yeah, I know, like, suck it to your dad. Like, I know what I want. And on Tumblr and on Instagram, I changed my pronouns to he/she. I thought I was like some form of gender fluid, maybe, because I kind of thought at the time the concept of transitioning was too scary. It was too much. I was only 13, 14 at this point, and I wasn't sure enough about myself. And plus, all these new words and all these new terms in like 2014 had just come out. Like online, there was like these very new sort of phrases like non-binary, gender fluid, gender queer, and I was like, I'm gender fluid. That is what I am, because some days I want to be girly, other days I want to dress like a man. So I did that. I kind of brought it into a school setting. I remember telling my a couple of teachers, because there is no greater relationship between an autistic girl and her English teacher. They are like two peas in a pod. So I remember telling my English teacher at the time and sort of opening up to her, being like, oh, I don't know if I really feel like I'm supposed to be a girl. Like, I feel like I was meant to be born a boy, but I'm not sure. I keep changing in my head. And it got to that point when I was in high school where I was in my final year. I sat my GCSEs or like my final exams, whatever. And I remember saying to my boyfriend, I need to pick a side. I remember I said to him, I can't go my life flipping between being man and woman like I was doing. Like, some days I would say my pronouns are he today and I'm a boy today, and my pronouns are she today, I'm a girl today. And I would do that. I would flip-flop around like crazy, right? And I said to him, I need to settle on one before I go to college, because my voice just broke, testosterone things. But yeah, I said to him, when I go to college, I don't want to be, bullied for this. I don't want to be like confusing people. And so I bit the bullet at that point. I swallowed my dysphoria and went, fine, for the next 2 years of my life, I'm just going to present as girly as possible. I'm just going to try and blend in. I'm just going to try and be totally normal. And on top of that, there was also like, this is like really how personal am I allowed to get? I don't know. But on top of that, there was also a billion and one things going on in the background. This is where it all gets a little bit dark. Again, I don't know if I'm allowed to get dark, but I went through like some pretty bad like sexual abuse as a teenager. Essentially, I was like groomed online, and that's a whole other story. Like, I don't really want to fully get into. My boyfriend had by the way, my boyfriend, like, I will come back to at some point. Like, some of you probably follow him on Twitter because he's very loud, but he is like a huge part of this narrative. He's like a massive formation of it, and the autism does link into there somewhere. So he had a whole bunch of issues onto himself. I had a whole bunch of trauma. There was all this stuff going on around me. My parents got divorced. Everything was a total mess. So for some reason, when I was like 17 and I started college, I thought the best thing to possibly do was suppress it. Just push it down. Don't think of this dysphoria. Don't think of this desire to be male. Just forget about it. And that is what I did. For 2 years, I grew my hair out super long. I wore makeup every day. I, became very feminine, which for me was actually quite nice, because my whole life, when I was at school, I'd sort of been the complete opposite, where, I was like, I'm one of the guys, all my friends are dudes, and they'd sort of make fun of me, if I sort of, oh, that's stupid, that's cringe, if I showed any like feminine interest. So like a part of it was quite nice. A part of it was like, oh, I get to explore that side of things. They were all still my friends. I still had the same friend group going into college as I did in high school. And yeah, I carried on. I did that and finished college. And that's when it started. That's when I remember I finished, and the penny dropped. Something in my head, when I was 18 years old, I did my last A-level exam. I suddenly decided, this is it. I need to go through with this transition, because the big narrative that is being pushed, and again, we sort of touched on this earlier, but it's this idea that trans joy is what will save you, that transition will be the answer to all of your problems. You've been feeling, outcasted and out of place, and you don't you can't really find your place socially and things like that. And the thing with autism is, autistic people, we are very obsessive people. So if I have an interest or a passion or a hobby, I put my absolute heart into that thing. And they can be, you know, surely some people have heard of the phrase special interest that autistic people have, where, yeah, we become absolutely ingrained and obsessed with whatever interest it is we have on that particular moment. The issue with that is that that can sort of manifest itself into obsession with self and overthinking. Every therapist I've ever been to says to me, "You're very introspective, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm very introspective." And I came to that conclusion that transition was the answer. There was no other solution. So I got on to google.com. I was like, I'm not waiting. So the NHS waiting times, like the National Health Service here in the UK, it's, you know, kind of a big thing that the trans community talks about, that there's like 5-6 year waiting list for things like top surgery, hormones and things like that. And I was like, F that. So I had a job at the time. I actually worked for like a postal service at the time, and I saved up all my money from those paychecks to go private and get private gender treatment. And this is what angers me so much. Literally, as Sinead was mentioning before, there is no exploitative therapy. So you've all heard of Dr. Helen Weberly, right? Miss Controversial figure in the sort of gender critical trans universe. I went through her sort of gender company, Gender GP, and yeah, exploitative therapy did not exist. All I had to do in order to get hormones, and it took me from, I first contacted her in March, I got hormones in June. So it took all of about 3 or 4 months to actually get access to hormones. All I had to do was pay £300, have a 30-minute consultation. They ask you a few questions like, oh, have you considered the risks about fertility, yada, yada. And I was like, yeah, tick, 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 because I was on Tumblr, I was on Instagram, I knew exactly what to say to get hormones. So I just went, tick, 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 yes, give me the fucking testosterone. And it was right there. I never had a formal diagnosis. I was never diagnosed with gender dysphoria formally. I was never given exploitative therapy. There was no discussion of all these issues, no mention of sexual trauma, no mention of, you know, my upbringing and things like that and how that could have affected things. I had had so many issues with mental health in my life when I was in college and things like that. All throughout that time from childhood to adulthood, there was multiple suicide attempts, there was self-harm, there was, like I said before, there was all sorts of things going on, none of which were explored, none of which they did not contact my GP. It was like, looking back on it now, at the time, I was so happy that it was so simple. But now I look back and I'm like, what the hell? I was literally 18 years old and they just gave me this shit and it's crazy. And you know what? Like, I don't know if this is like controversial to admit in like detrans circles, whatever, but for the first year or so, I was over the freaking moon. I was like, this is it. This is the answer. I changed my name to Ryan, which my parents weren't happy with, but you know, they had to get over. And I, for the first time, I think once I was a few months on testosterone, I was out with my friends, like the all male kind of friend group. And for once I was like, I fit in, you know, like I'm one of the guys, I'm being treated like one of the lads. Like nobody's like, why is that girl friends with all guys? That's kind of weird. So I kind of finally felt like, oh my God, this is it. This is the solution. So, you know, some time passed and I was on hormones and I went to university. So it was the first time in my life that when I went to university, it was the first time that I'd ever moved away from home. I'd lived in the same place my whole life, you know, proper small town kind of upbringing. And it's only when I was in university, I think that some sort of issues sort of started to arise. I remember going through a really, really bad mental health episode. And I remember I went to uni and I was completely shaken. I was like, my routine had been completely disturbed. I suddenly found myself really, really anxious. I didn't get out of bed for like 2 weeks. And I remember saying to my boyfriend, like, I have no idea what is going on. Like, I remember saying to him, like, this is just crazy. Like, I just can't settle in. I feel like I fucked my life up. And he was like, look, just like uni has like, because he's a student as well. So he's like, uni has, you know, therapists, it has disabled students kind of help and things like that. Just go there, tell them what's going on. And yeah. So long story short, I didn't get to tell them because there was one of those like great suicide attempts again when I was like 20. And it's at that point that I was actually referred to a social worker for the first time in my life, which I could have done with a lot earlier, to be honest. But I saw him, he was this guy, and I remember sitting there, like I was just in this little office. I was sat in the little student disability office, as it was called. And I remember sitting there and telling him exactly how I felt. I was like, everything feels so unfamiliar. I just can't get used to change. Like, my whole routine has been shaken. And I was telling him about all these symptoms I'd had my whole life, like this idea of this social introversion and feeling like really outcasted and just not feeling like if things aren't routine and ordered, it really messes with my head. And he was the first person who uttered the word autism. And oh my God, like while I'm on this, like this makes me think of a really important point. As a female, okay, so I've been sort of in and out of the mental health services for a long, long time. Like I mentioned, I was diagnosed with, prescribed, all sorts of shit as a teenager. It's only when somebody who didn't know that I was born female, because there is a big, big, big disparity in diagnosis between female people and male people when it comes to autism. So males are far more likely to be diagnosed than females. There is sort of a crisis in the female autistic community where we're recognizing now that a lot of young women are only being diagnosed when they're in their late teens, early 20s. And when I was a teenager, words were thrown around like borderline, you know, bipolar, oh, you're manic, oh, you're just, it's hormones. Nobody, until I'd met this social worker who saw me as male and he didn't know that I was transgender, nobody had said to me, these are all symptoms of autism. And so it's only then when I started that process of researching, because it's something that had never even crossed my mind at that point. You know, I didn't know what it was. I mean, I didn't truly understand, you know, what autism was. I'd heard of it, but that's people like Harvey Price, right? Like people like me don't have autism. So I went to a doctor and I started a diagnostic process, and I began sort of going on things like TikTok and like looking for like communities of like autistic people. And it's crazy how much it started to resonate with me, and just all the little things that they said they do, even tiny things like, oh, I have to have a specific brand of food, I have to have the same meals every week, I have to have dinner at the same time every day, even tiny little minute things like that. All of a sudden, it was just like, and I said to Lou, like, I literally like said to him the other day, it was like you've got a load of pieces of this jigsaw, all of a sudden it's just come together, and you can just see this picture and you're like, oh my God, like literally like my life flashed before my eyes. And I was like, this is it, like this is what I've been looking for. And I realized once I started delving and once I started having those deep emotional conversations with him, that a lot of my dysphoria came down to the fact that I never felt like I fit in with girls. I was what they would call a pick-me. You know, I was one of these girls who struggled to get on with other women. I was always made fun of, you know, for always having these male friends. And I always really struggled with that socialization, and I didn't know how to sort of fit in with those groups. And once I realized that that was a huge proponent of autism, and so many other women with autism felt this way, it was like, holy shit. And I think that was sort of the turning point. That was like the big thing where I was like, oh my God, like, I don't think I was born male. I don't think I was born with a male brain. I don't think that it was destiny that I was meant to be a man. I think I'm just a woman who struggles to sort of relate to other women, kind of normie women, on like a very typical sense. And I think once that was put into perspective, it was like a massive thing. It was like, oh my god, this is the answer. And so I came off hormones, and you know what, I could even look on the box of this. This was the last one I was ever prescribed in May 2021. So that was the last time I ever took testosterone. And
could I ask, Allie, was there much time, was it the social worker and the conversations with the social worker that kind of brought in the jigsaw, so the social worker helped as such? And also,
yeah,
could I
so
ask,
he was really good. And like I said, this
and
guy
was there much time between, let's say, the social worker's conversation and you deciding to detransition?
there was about, and I'm trying to like, I have the biggest goldfish memory in existence, so I always try to piece together the timelines with this. I came home from uni about December 2020. I came off hormones May 2021, so that was about 6 months. There was 6 months difference. Right. And yeah,
that seems good. Yeah,
it was
that's
a very confusing time. And I think, and I honestly think like the only other thing that I want to say about autism and detransition, well, not detransition, more the actual initial transition, is I think it almost sort of relates to what Helena was talking about before. That there's a certain, I remember, I think it was actually Laura that wrote a thread about this on Twitter, and it was so good. I sent it to my dad. I was like, look, this explains everything in like perfect detail, and like it just adds up. And there's this thing with autistic girls, I think in particular, where we have a very strong sense of like, and not to be like cringe, but a very strong sense of social justice. Oh. So I think a lot of autistic girls, you know, are very deeply hyper empathetic. They want to kind of save the world. You know, you see all these things going on. I was always a very political teenager. I've always been, you know, in political parties. My dad was very left wing, and my boyfriend is very left wing. And so I was very into politics and social justice. And the trans movement is perfect for that, because you've got a group of people who, you know, they're oppressed. The government's trying to strip their rights away. And it's like, oh my God, this is an awful, awful thing that's happening. And if you're a very naturally compassionate, naturally hyper empathetic person who cares about social justice and social reform and things like that, the sort of trans community is perfect for you, because you're given this feeling like you're doing something to help, that you're an activist, that. And as much as I never bought, you know, like I said, I was more of a trans medicalist. I never bought into the idea of non-binary and things like that. I still felt that there was this thing where these people are like an oppressed minority, you know, like we're being like cornered by like governments and like far right hate groups and things like that. And for somebody who, you know, is very sort of passionate about that sort of thing, it's this perfect breeding ground for feeling like you're making a difference while also being accepted into a community. You know, trans people, a lot of people who transition, they also feel like they're very shunned out of society and things like that. So it's almost as if you find this perfect social group to fit into as well. And there was just so many things about it that, you know, to me, it just felt so like perfect. Like I always say, like, as weird as it sounds, I know a lot of people use the word regret. Personally, I never really use that terminology, because I don't regret the fact that I transitioned. I think it was something that if I didn't do it, it would have niggled on my brain forever. I think if I didn't go on testosterone, I would have wondered my entire life if that was the answer. So in a sense, I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that I went through that process, because now I know that that isn't the answer. But a big part of me also wishes that those symptoms, those signs, those cues, you know, even the motor difficulties, the delayed speech, I think a part of me was mad at my parents, because I think, how do you fucking miss that? You know what I mean? Like, your child has autism, you don't bother taking them to a doctor, you don't bother doing anything about this. And I think a lot of my anger was sort of around that. I think obviously at the clinicians that had seen me in my teen years who didn't pick up on any of those symptoms. I think, yeah, there was a lot of anger. Like when I first came off hormones, there was a lot of deep upset. There was like a lot of tears. There was a lot of worrying about fertility. That was my one big reason. Actually, I'd say the main reason I initially looked at reducing the dose of testosterone I was on, or, you know, sort of backing away from transition, was because I've literally always wanted kids my entire life. And you know, the longer I was in this sort of committed relationship, the more and more I wanted those children. And that was a big driver. So yeah, there was just like so many factors. Like there was so much that made me think, oh, this isn't right for me. And that's the thing, is it's not the answer for everyone. I think the problem is that the trans community and the trans ideology narrative in general is that transition or die. Like literally, me and Lou talk about this all the time. We see it on Twitter, on Tumblr, on TikTok, all the time, that if you don't transition, you're going to be depressed, miserable. Oh, if trans kids can't get hormones, they're going to kill themselves. And at that point in my life, when I felt like that, when I was just this sad, autistic, lonely little girl, I thought, if I don't get these hormones, like, I'm just going to be miserable and suicidal forever. And that's it. Like, this is the only solution. And it really screwed with my head. And I think we need a serious rethink of how we sort of market these ideas, because it's leading a lot of girls like me, and a lot of boys as well, probably, into thinking that it's the only solution for that feeling of like outcast, and that feeling of I'm meant to be something that I wasn't born as, you know? Like,
Okay. I'll cut in on you there, Allie, and I'm sorry for looking so freakishly like Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. But that was really, really powerful. And I've never heard you speak. And my God, you need to speak way, way more. Like, this is, you've really
I don't
got
do
an
very much. I get really anxious.
Yeah, no, it was really good. And I think what you said about the social justice and autism angle is bang on the money. It's bang on. And I think it needs an awful lot more. Yeah, Galileo. It was really powerful what you had to say. And I'm really glad that you said it. I know Laura will be talking later after Sarah, I shouldn't call her Sarah, but after Carol. I'm going to move it on to Carol. And definitely, will you join us on the Q&A later on? Because I bet you loads of people are going to have loads of questions. Because it's so lovely the way, like, let's say Helena is speaking about one thing with ships and fandom, and you're speaking about autism, and now Carol is going to speak about butch lesbians. And these are all incredibly important aspects of the trans phenomenon. So thank you very, very, very much. We need more of you, Allie. We definitely do. It was really, really good. You're well able to speak. And I'm going to thank God for that social worker. We need that person. We need to be introduced. And I'll bring on you, Carol, if you want to talk about, I'm going to turn off my thing. By the way, just so you know, myself, weirdly, like myself and Angus, who are running this, we're in Ireland, and the whole town is power cutted, and so is Angus. So we've literally no electricity, which is really bizarre. We don't live in a
you're in
mountain.
some kind of weird, like, death metal band.
Well, it's quite clearly activists trying to close me down, or somebody else. I can think of one or two. But anyway, the show will go on, and we'll let Carol go on. But yeah, sorry about my freakish kind of nature. I might kind of turn off my video. Work away, Carol.
So still, I was under the impression we were going to have a conversation about this. So I didn't know.
Sorry, you're right. You're right. I just got rattled by my complete weird.
I kind of wanted your spooky little face to stay here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll stay here.
Are other people allowed to like jump in and ask Carol questions if one comes up, or are we not doing that right now?
Absolutely, they are. And I'd actually right now, because I'm so jittered about this power cut and trying to get some light onto myself, I'd appreciate if you'd start with a question, Sinead, to Carol while I organise myself here.
Hi, Carol. Sorry, turn my camera on.
There you go. Thank you.
I mean, I'll ask a basic question and then let you do your thing, because like you've been in this longer than I have. You know your stuff. You were actually one of the very first people who I turned to, as you know, when I was in a dark place. So thank you. So I suppose because one of the reasons why I've realized that I'm a filthy bisexual now, but I was under the impression that I was a lesbian during my trans-identified days. And it really was, it was one of the pieces of ammunition that I used. My same-sex attraction was one of the pieces of ammunition that I used to, quote, prove that I should have been a man. Where I kind of thought, oh, I'm attracted to women, men are the ones that are attracted to women, ergo I should be a man. So I suppose my very basic question to you would be, was that your experience, or if not, how did your being same-sex attracted play into your eventual trans identity?
I'll start off by saying that for me, it wasn't the biggest part of why I transitioned, other than me being butch was more of a factor. So if I had been a feminine presenting lesbian, I think I would have had a little less issue or desire to transition, because a lot of my desire to transition came from the way I looked and the way I had to move through the world, and the kind of ridicule, disdain, and just social issues I had. You know, it's like death by 1,000 little cuts, you know. It's hard to walk through the world being someone who is looked at as disgusting or gross, or, you know, not, you know, doing something so wrong as to pretending to be a man when you're a woman. But for what I've heard from younger lesbians, like, you know, that are growing up right now, the teens in the early 20s, is their same-sex attraction is a huge component to them coming to a trans identity. And it's really the lack of like visibility of lesbians, and especially butch lesbians. And so many of them never seen a woman who looks and acts masculine, exist as a woman, and identify, you know, say she's a woman, exist in the world comfortably. I mean, I really didn't either. I mean, I really could have, that could have helped me as well, but especially a thing with the young ones. But for me, it was more my presentation as butch. And I was a tomboy as well. So I started getting shit for not acting like a woman, or not acting like a girl, not acting feminine, from the time I can remember, like 4. You know, I fought wearing dresses. I wanted to play with the boys' toys. I did like some of the girls' toys too. Like I went through a whole doll phase where, you know, the whole like, it's my baby thing, you know. But in general, I really gravitated towards all the boy stuff. And I had these, you know, these horrible fights with my mom over clothes, because, you know, my mother's a very homophobic person, very religious too. And I wanted to wear boys' clothes. That's what I was comfortable with. As soon as I could express what I wanted boys' clothes. Nope, couldn't do that. I wanted to even have my hair in boys' cut style. Couldn't do that. My mother was also one of the first ones to, you know, inform me that I wasn't acting like a girl either, that I didn't walk like a girl. That was always so very confusing to me as a kid. I don't know how girls walk, and I don't know exactly if there's a different way women are supposed to walk than men, but evidently I walked like a man. And I'd also get shit at school from my peers because I acted like a boy, according to them. And there's this really weird place that I think a lot of butch lesbians fall into, is that we can't really make connections with boys and men because we aren't one. We can't really make connections with a lot of the girls and women because we also aren't quite one, because especially heterosexual women are very, from my perspective, very preoccupied with being pretty to attract men. Well, that's nothing that butch lesbians or lesbians period are going to do. And in junior high, there was, well, 7th grade, there was the definite turning point where my friend group went boy crazy, and I was left going, I'm confused. You know, I'm just sitting here being the same as I always was, and they're off trying to wear makeup, really trying to wear makeup. I had one friend, I was just like, oh, honey, please stop. But trying to wear makeup, and I'm just sitting there like, I want nothing to do with this. And, you know, I think unless lesbians find a home, unless lesbians find community, which lesbians I will speak of because that is my experience, unless we find a place, we really get lost. We really go adrift, and we need that community to ground us to something so that we don't always feel that ridicule that we are going to get fairly often. I know I totally answered your question.
Can I throw a couple of questions at you, and you can answer the ones you're comfortable with? Sure. The first one would be, and I agree with exactly what you just said there, the whole idea that, you know, when you hit a particular age and you're not interested in the makeup and you're not interested in boys and so on and so forth, you are made to feel like you're not a real girl, which is strange because you literally are a girl. So it doesn't matter what you like or what you don't. So how strong was the pressure on you where obviously there may have been people in your life that were trying to quote fix you to make you more feminine, and then something horrible has happened where out the other side it came, where it was like, oh no, little girls who don't like quote girly things are actually boys. So that's the first one, which is ridiculous, but you be more authoritative to speak about that. The second one, and I think lots of people will be really interested in this, so I really hope that you're comfortable answering it. There's been a lot of conversation happening for a while now about how lesbians who do not want to sleep with an individual who may have a penis are actually bigoted and hateful and have to unlearn their problematic beliefs. How does it feel to be, you know, a lesbian woman at this stage in life? I know you're not a daft teenager anymore, you're a fully grown-ass woman. So how does it feel to get to this stage in life and be told that your same-sex attraction, after all of the fight that was put into earning gay people's rights, how does it feel to be told you're actually just a disgusting bigot, Carol?
I have to say, it's one of the most disturbing things to happen out of this whole thing. I can't believe I am 41 years old and I'm sitting here having to answer this question, because when I came out in the late 90s and early 2000s, if I had gone to, say, I went to San Francisco's Gay Pride Parade, one of the biggest in the world, in 2001. If I had gone to that parade in 2001 and held up a sign that said lesbians don't like dick, people would have looked at me like, what are you even on about? Of course they don't like dick. Like, that sign is just stupid and redundant. I couldn't do that now. I can guarantee you I'd get a lot of backlash for that. So it blows my mind. I also don't understand why people think that changing some outward appearance medically and clothes wise has anything to do with really who you want to have sex with. And I also wonder how these people are having sex that they're not coming in contact with genitals. Very confused by that concept, because you know, that's a big part of your sexuality and sex, right? I think sex at its core is very animalistic, should be if it's good. And you know, that involves bodies. You can't, you know, one of the grossest things I've heard is that when guys go on estrogen, the texture of their penis changes. So the mouthfeel is similar to a clitoris and vulva. It's the most disgusting goddamn thing I've ever heard. No, I'm sorry. An estrogen riddled flaccid dick is not a pussy, and you're not gonna get me to ever go there. You know, it's like, it's
The other
offensive,
part of it as
homophobic.
well is, you know, I know, I assume you've been subject to it. I've seen a lot of lesbians on Twitter being subject to it, where it's the idea that as long as it's a woman, it's fine if they have a penis because it's no different from a dildo. How do you feel about that?
I mean, lesbians have been getting this fucking question forever. Like, yeah. I remember back in the day, straight men used to fucking say this shit to me and to us. Well, you know, if you use a dildo, it's the same thing. Really? So a guy, like, let's just turn that around. You know, you can, what if a guy puts on a dress and you can do him in the butt, right? Same thing, right? Just, you know, let's just switch that. Or will a heterosexual woman be completely satisfied with a woman wearing a strap-on? I don't think so. I think that that's going to be is a woman wearing a strap-on.
I mean, like, Carol, you mentioned that you're at the young age of 41. It must be so strange to you that, I mean, you must remember, you know, in the 90s and the early 2000s when it seemed that actually gay people were now being accepted and we had all these strides made and gay marriage was made legal and things like that. I mean, how does it feel to be sitting here in 2022 and gay men and lesbian women not only are at a higher likelihood to go through transition because of all the bullshit that's thrown their way, but also the sexual shaming. And then even if you have the audacity to say that you are a same-sex attracted woman, that in itself is transphobic, because people apparently are not same-sex attracted, they're same, quote, gender attracted.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, it's when I detransitioned, a big part, I think one of the most devastating things was that I really wanted to find the gay community again, and especially lesbians. I wanted to find lesbian community, and there was nothing there. It was gone. I couldn't find any groups. I couldn't find anything in my area, and I don't live in a huge city. It's all queer. It's all queer, and it's all trans. I mean, and all the trans rights advocates, all the people who are trans and identify as trans, are running all the groups now, running all the organizations locally. So I couldn't go in there and say anything anyways if I wanted to, which is a big part of why I joined LGB Alliance US and why I, do a lot of work there now, because I feel like my transition was because of a lack of community and support, and a place to be. And my detransition was also like, oh wow, the community's gone. What's happening here? And that's why I do a lot of work there now. But it's depressing.
If there are any young butch lesbians listening in now who maybe their interest was piqued because they thought they were butch lesbians, but now they're considering considering transition, what would you say to them?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't speak to just the young ones. I would speak to all of us, because I was 34 when I did this. Mm-hmm. And I was following very closely on YouTube a 32-year-old that was going through it at the same time I was. And I followed a 40-year-old that was going through it at the same time I was. And if I go back and I try to find any of the old, some of the old documentaries about, being a proud butch woman, guess what? Half of them have transitioned now. They'd be my age or older. It's something I really want to get across here, and most people don't understand. And I'm not even sure how many of us are out there, but my perception here is a lot of butch lesbians, a lot have transitioned of all ages. There was one on TikTok the other day I ran across, 50 years old, starting testosterone. When I was in my trans support group, there was a 50-some-year-old butch lesbian starting transition. This ideology is insidious to butch lesbians. It gets in there, and it basically tells us, it pushes everything that we have been told and what we have probably told ourselves in the back of our heads for our whole lives, that we're wrong. What's wrong with us? Does seem innate. Our butchness does seem innate. Our masculinity seems innate. Where's that coming from? Why am I wrong? What's going on? Oh, bingo. Makes sense. I can be happy now.
How would you feel if I told you that if you go to the NHS website, which is the National Health Service here in the UK, and you look to the symptoms of gender dysphoria in young girls, they include things like not liking dolls, not liking pink, so on and so forth. How does it, I mean, I know how it feels, but I want you to say it. To be a butch woman and see on the NHS, for Jesus, saying things like that. I mean, medicalizing butch lesbians for being butch.
It's in the DSM, right? It's been there for a while. These criterias are sexist and homophobic at their core, and they always have been. This is nothing new. There wasn't a magical past when homosexuals weren't being transitioned. We've always been transitioned. When I hear some people, I've heard some people say that the true transsexual is, the man who was very effeminate as a young boy, who's same-sex attracted, blah, 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 blah. Oh, who is that? That's a gay man. That's a homosexual man. No, and so some of the first women to transition were butch lesbians. Mm-hmm. I mean,
well, that's the thing. Like, yeah. You've seen there was many women back in the day who disguised themselves as male to fight in the war, because women weren't allowed to fight. And there was one that was a beautiful story where she dressed up as a man to go and fight in the war to find her husband. And there's this beautiful moment where the commanding officer calls out their name and they both step forward and it's like, oh, like that's cute. She's been transed. People are calling her a trans man, right? So all the butch women, or even she might have been the most feminine woman in the world. She disguised herself as a woman to go to war because women weren't allowed. We're literally transing so many just gender non-conforming people. Isn't this regression rather than progression?
Oh, absolutely. It absolutely is regression. And it's a lot of, it's our whole society just doesn't seem to really have room for difference. Because if you really had room for difference, you could say that a woman could, you know, act like a man, dress like a man, have, you know, marry a woman and still be a woman. That wouldn't be the criteria for saying they're not their sex. I mean, when I was detransitioning, one of the most profound things that I came across was a radical feminist basically saying nothing makes you a woman other than being born female. That's it. Mm-hmm. It's so simple. It shouldn't be a radical concept, but for me, who had been drinking ginger juice since the early 2000s, it was like, oh, wow, I hadn't really thought of that. I hadn't really gone there.
Well, you know how there are some people in the medical field, the mental health field, the trans care field and stuff like that listening in now, if they're still here, you've got a very good opportunity as a butch woman, as a butch lesbian, who are very often silenced, to speak very bluntly right now. What would you say to them?
I would say that the number one thing that doesn't seem to be understood by the mental health professionals is that the vast majority of homosexuals were gender nonconforming children. That's not being taken into consideration. The vast majority of us butch women were gender nonconforming girls. And I don't mean just like we were tomboys and liked, you know, boys' clothes. I mean, many of us said we were boys. Many of us thought we were boys. Many of us stood up, you know, stood to pee. Many, like all these things that are like super trans now, it was just a normal part of us growing up and being outliers. And eventually, and yeah, puberty is brutal. It's brutal for everybody. And it can be especially brutal for butch lesbians because, you know, you really are left out of so many things. You can't make these connections with maybe the girls that you grew up with because now they've gone in a different route, and you can't make connections with boys because puberty, you're not a boy and the boys are expecting something out of you that you're not going to give them. Mm-hmm. And I can really see how the trans ideology is a perfect thing for young butch women to buy into, for all of us to buy into. Obviously, we're buying into it, and lesbians especially are buying into so much of this internalized homophobia and misogyny. Especially, I know so many just in my, like, you know, just like 2 or 3 degrees of separation between me and friends and others in the community, that even the ones that maybe don't go the whole way and identify as like trans men and take testosterone and have all the surgeries or whatever, there is so many lesbians that have had mastectomies. That's almost like it's a fashion thing to do now, but not. It's coming from a misogynistic, homophobic place, but it is all the rage in the lesbian community to cut your boobs off. It's all the rage to take just a little bit of testosterone. It's all the rage to be non-binary.
And if they don't cut their boobs off, it's all the rage to wear binders, which I found really strange because I didn't know about that. You know, I remember going to a couple of gay clubs in Glasgow, and there's people kicking about in binders, and you think they're like trans men that haven't transitioned yet. They were lesbians. It's like, oh, well, you know.
Binding's been around for a while for lesbians, though, for butch lesbians. Like, you know, in the
not
early
in
2000s,
this sense, though, where it's a part of a transition.
No. Like I had a friend who was butch, and she wore binder. I mean, that's well binded as you could back then. Pretty common.
What would you say? Like, sorry, Stella, on you go.
Yeah, just one. No, I don't want. Jeez, I don't want to get in the middle of this. But just that binding thing, it's something I've always wanted to know. So you can see gay men, camp men, and they're dressing up and they're giving it all. Is that the equivalent, or is there a darker And I want you, oh, Sinead's good. She carried me so much during that
I'll be
period.
back in 2 seconds, I
You're
promise.
up.
That was so stressful, that power cut. And we never get power cuts in this country. It's the most moderate country in the world, but there you go. So it's like the powers that be. But this, you know, the way men who are camp and who are very feminine, they might put on makeup and all that. Is that the equivalent with a binder, or is it a little bit darker? Is there, yeah.
It's darker. It's butch lesbians wanting to hide our breasts because our breasts indicate femaleness, very much so. And some of us can pass as male, and so it just makes it a little easier. Also, we just feel more comfortable that way. It's you don't have that, especially if you have larger breasts, you don't have that front and center to give you more shit.
You're right, because what let's say feminine men or gay camp men, they accentuate things, they don't hide things of them. They're not really talking, as far as I know.
I mean, there has been drag for many years in the lesbian community, where that's part of it too, but that's not the main reason it's done.
Wow. Is there a place how will we make a place for the butch lesbian? I often think, I just feel they've just not been given a place in society yet.
Well, you have to just broaden out acceptance of both sexes to do whatever the hell they want ultimately, or however they feel comfortable. And something that I want to make clear, and I argue a lot about this, and I hear this a lot from women, I think especially, is that this idea that men give us the hardest time. And I gotta say, that's not the case. Women give us the hardest time. And for me, that was a big part of, that was not a huge, but it was a factor in my transition, because I couldn't even be with women without being ostracized in some way. Using the bathrooms can be very challenging. Sometimes they will think you're a guy entering the bathroom, but more likely what happened to me is they recognize me as a lesbian entering the bathroom, and a lesbian is predatory, and a lesbian will try to assert herself onto women. And basically, butch women get cast into the male role by a lot of heterosexual women. So they view us as the same as men. We're going to act like men. We're going to behave like men. We're going to maybe assault them or pressure them into sexual activity.
Do you think that stigma that was placed on you, I mean, how much of a role did that play in your desire to transition? Was it the biggest part? Was it one part? Was it an afterthought?
It was a factor. It's a natural part of the butch experience. So like, I guarantee pretty much all butches have gone through this experience at some point. For me, it wasn't a big factor. I think for me, the biggest factor was the homophobia I grew up with, and the disgust I got from my family related to my homosexuality and me being butch. That was a big factor. But the day-to-day was grueling too. Going into being misgendered all the time can be tough. It doesn't kill you, mind you, people. Doesn't kill you. It's not violence, but it can be rough, especially because what would happen is, you'd be in a line, and this always happens to me in the grocery store. The grocery store is my arch nemesis. You stand in line at the grocery store, you got a line of people behind you. The cashier or whatever says, "Hello, sir, how are you doing today?" And you open your mouth and they go, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And then everybody looks at you and you're like, "Hello, everybody, I'm standing here." Now everybody knows that I'm probably a dyke. Great. Now I'm going to have all, I didn't like all the spotlight either,
I heard
something Stella said a while ago on Gender Wider Lens stuck with me. I think she really nailed it. When you're a butch woman, you wear your lesbianism on your sleeve. Everybody knows you're gay. You can't hide that fact. You have to walk through life everywhere you go with people knowing you're gay. That's hard.
Isn't that the most interesting thing, though, that we're constantly told about, you should be proud of yourself. You should be proud to be gay. You should be proud to be lesbian. But the minute that a woman has the audacity to be a butch lesbian, it's like, what if you're trans though? Like this new thing that's happened where you'll know a lot more about it than I do, but I've spoken to several actually young detransitioned and trans identified young women who are same-sex attracted, and it's so normal for them to say, I just got sick of people assuming that I was a dyke.
Yeah.
I just got sick of people assuming that I was a boy, and I just felt that this was true. And it was like, how much pain would disappear from this realm if we just let butch lesbians be butch lesbians? You know, isn't that what we were fighting for? And now
Yeah.
we're here where the Tavistock in the UK has got whistleblowers coming out and saying if things keep going the way they are, there will be no gay kids left in the future. What are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think this is a real scandal for so many reasons, but it's definitely going to be a scandal as far as transitioning, well, sterilizing homosexuals. I feel like the thems that would be did actually manage to get at us eventually, and they used us to do it, and that's sick. And if you don't think that other homosexuals have played a role in this, you're a fool. We have. It's our community has a sickness, and I don't think we ever addressed it. That sickness is internalized homophobia. We hate ourselves. You know, it's well documented that lesbians have a much higher alcoholism rate. Gay men have tons of issues themselves where they engage in risky behavior and drug addiction. Meth is a huge issue in the gay male community. So we have a lot of fucking issues. So of course this came along, and of course this new religion took hold. And of course we're beat down in so many ways, so that when we're told to be nice, when we're told that we're being mean or horrible, we don't ever want to treat someone else like that, right? So it's almost like we're being psychologically manipulated to be nice, even though it's against our own detriment, or it's for our own detriment. Like it's hurting us.
Carol, you have to be nice, but everyone's allowed to be mean to you because you're an evil detrans woman. Remember the rules.
You're talking about the lesbians being told, are you sure you're not really trans? I have a friend who she actually works with me at LGBA. We've become great friends, and we're close to the same age, both butch women. And she had a really close friend for like years who transitioned like about 10 years ago now. So she was older, she wasn't a kid. And when this butch friend of hers transitioned, the friend assumed she was going to transition too. Because if this friend was butch, which meant really she was a man and she was going to transition now, and she had such a close relationship with this other woman who was butch, obviously this woman also must be a man. So there's this pressure, even from in our own community to transition. And also when you see all the women around you transitioning, like, what are you going to do? Like, I started seeing it in the early 2000s when the first wave hit. I started seeing like all my butch lesbian friends suddenly identify as trans men, and I'm like, what's happening here? Wow. So there's not a lot of other opportunities. And then if you speak up and say, if I was to be in the regular LGBT community and I was to say, you know what, I don't agree with this, out you go, bigoted, boop, gone. There's no room for disagreement either, and that's so incredibly unhealthy.
What even is the modern LGBTQ plus whatever fucking alphabet salad community anymore? Anyway, if you can tell a gay man he must want to sleep with someone with a vagina, or you can tell a lesbian she must need to sleep with someone who has a penis, it's not the LGBT community anymore because it's homophobic. And something by its very definition that's homophobic cannot be for LGBT people.
But you have a lot of gays and lesbians doing this though, and pressuring other gays and lesbians to do this.
Why do you think that is? Why would a lesbian, for example, believe that she should either engage with a penis or encourage or even pressure other girls to do that?
Because she still believes that her same-sex attraction is wrong and dirty in some way. just like she was told, just like she was brought up to believe. And I don't care if she had progressive parents, the rest of the world told her it was nasty or dirty, or she was a porn fetish to be indulged or something. You know, let's not leave out porn in this thing. You go Google lesbian, you're gonna get porn like that.
Yeah, but
So
like
that's also
it's the
difficult.
most unlesbian thing that I've ever seen. You ever look at lesbian porn? It's clearly two straight chicks that don't want to be there, but the money's good. Like it's just so silly. But now we've got like this up and coming right. Helena was talking about it earlier. No one really thinks about this, but I was a part of it. Helena was like we all saw it. There was a massive. You're underestimating it if you weren't there. Massive community of young women and teenage girls who became obsessed with gay porn and gay erotica and gay sex, like massive. And so we've known for a long time that there's heterosexual men who fetishize lesbians, not actual lesbians. They pay stereotypically feminine straight women to sleep with one another on camera. But then you've got this new thing that cropped up and started encouraging young autistic girls and girls with other issues to convince themselves that it meant they were men, which was young women and teenage girls consuming massive amounts of gay erotica. Like
It's actually not strictly a heterosexual woman thing.
True.
Lesbians will, if we're going to watch porn, we usually watch gay male porn. And this going back, like this was actually in the first L Word. This was actually like one of their two of their episodes where the two lesbians are in bed and they're going to put on some porn, and it's gay male porn. That's all they watch.
Why?
And when I was in my early 20s, I went to hang over at a friend's house. She was a lesbian with her partner, and her partner was watching gay male porn.
I don't understand that.
Why would it be that? Why would it be that?
Why?
Yeah.
Because it allows you to have an outlet for porn and your sexuality without being degraded and humiliated like women are in porn.
That makes sense. Never mind.
Women are degraded in porn. It like makes me sick to my stomach. A lot of the porn that I've seen throughout my life, it's like, I mean, the first porn I ever watched was like VHS kind of stuff, where it was like super vanilla, super just like two straight people having really normal sex. Not that big a deal. I wasn't scarred from it. I was just like, okay, whatever. However, that's the super vanilla basic stuff. But if you go out from there, especially nowadays on what you can find just free, just by Googling it, it's grotesque, very grotesque. And it really relies on the humiliation and subjugation of women. And as a lesbian and a butch lesbian, you don't want to fucking see that shit. You don't want to see women treated that way.
Wow. Okay, I better move it on. That was fascinating. Sinead, I'm forever in your debt for saving me there. And
I just like asking Carol questions because we've been speaking for a long time and she's got an answer for everything. So I was like, fuck it, I'll jump in.
Thank you.
Carol, you really should be a therapist. I think you'd be brilliant at it. And I know our industry has been ruined, and that's why we need people like yourself and maybe Sinead and maybe Helena to consider joining this broken industry that I seem to suddenly have become part of. You know, we really do. We really do.
I want therapists to understand that gender dysphoria is actually a very normal part of being gay, and especially being a butch lesbian or a gender nonconforming homosexual. This is so very normal part of it. And some of us have a more difficult time than others, and we have to have help for it.
Yeah, we should. Yeah. We've so much to learn. We're going to move it on to Laura. We'll be back talking later on, no doubt. Laura, would you like to bring in your video, if you like? Would you like to intro it in, or do you want to speak afterwards?
Yeah, I can intro it. Yeah, so it's a shorter video because I'm going to be speaking on this topic at the upcoming college symposium this April. So it's a little condensed, but we can still talk about it in the Q&A. But so all of these things that we've been hearing, all these topics today, no one has mentioned like the term for a lot of this, which is trauma, which is a very loaded word. But obviously when I speak about trauma, I mean like real trauma, not like social media trauma, you know. But trauma itself, all of these different things, the homophobia, sexual abuse, being autistic, like these different issues, the medical trauma, there's just a lot of trauma in this population of people who identify as trans, and we're going into all the reasons for it, but trauma. And so specifically, my video is talking about PTSD and how I had undiagnosed PTSD at the time when I was transitioning, and how I detransitioned because I realized all of my issues could be explained through PTSD instead of gender dysphoria or any other label. So that's what this video is about.
My name is Laura Becker. I'm a detransitioner, and I'd like to talk about how gender issues can be caused from childhood abuse and PTSD. An important reason for why young people are flocking to gender transition that isn't being talked about enough, but stands to reason is one of the major concerns for the mental health of the young transgender population, is childhood trauma. Childhood trauma can be conceptualized in different ways, including ACEs or adverse childhood experiences, complex PTSD or CPTSD, and post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. For me, growing up with childhood psychological and emotional abuse and other adverse childhood experiences, developing gender identity issues and being transgender were just one of many maladaptive coping mechanisms that I used to deal with the undiagnosed trauma and subsequent mental health issues. After being trans-identified for 5 years, I was finally diagnosed with PTSD at age 22 and realized that all of my gender issues could be explained by trauma instead of gender dysphoria. I realized that the entire transition had been a mistaken way to try and free myself from a traumatized state of body and mind. Many symptoms of PTSD overlap with gender identity disorders and other mental health issues, such as self-hatred and self-loathing, obsessive, ruminatory, and compulsive thoughts around the body, sexuality and intimacy confusion, an unstable sense of self and identity, hypervigilance and anxiety about how others perceive you, feeling deeply misunderstood, as if there's something wrong with you without knowing exactly why, using fantasy as a form of escape from painful reality, disassociation from self, feeling unsafe in your physical body, using body modification or extreme self-expression as a form of control, severe depression, generalized and social anxiety, suicidal ideation, self-harm, substance abuse, attachment problems, and much more. I had all of these problems, none of which were being properly addressed in therapy or elsewhere at the time, and I started experiencing gender issues as a teenager, and including when I was given free testosterone and had a double mastectomy performed at age 20. It seems obvious in hindsight that my trans identity was all due to trauma, but at the time I was too sick, young, and naive to understand the reality of my situation, and was just desperate for relief from my suffering. No one around me knew any better or knew how to help, including the medical professionals who performed the mastectomy and who casually signed off and administered my medical transition. Once I realized that I had PTSD, I detransitioned immediately after, then having to deal with the additional grief and trauma of the transition, identity crisis, and surgery on top of everything else that had already happened. Since processing my childhood issues and getting on the right paths to healing, I see clearly how, as a suicidal, traumatized young person, I made the mistake of thinking that maybe I was, should be, or could be a gay trans man instead of the mentally sick child that I was inside. The obsession with being a gay man was partly due to the insecure attachment that I formed towards men as a result of childhood abuse, and the pattern I had of being attracted to and fixated on gay men who were just more unavailable male figures who couldn't love me. Feeling like I was unacceptable and unlovable as a straight woman mostly came from being dehumanized throughout childhood and made to feel as though I was a worthlessly mentally ill and broken beyond repair woman, especially as a quirky, non-conforming girl who already didn't fit in. My main message of awareness is how PTSD can cause extreme disturbances that seem to cluster around gender issues. There are actually neurological disorders that need proper healing, not ushering along the medical transition conveyor belt. And PTSD is one of those, which can mimic gender dysphoria. We need to do better for the young girls who are experiencing these traumatic issues instead of just affirming them as being trans.
Wow, Laura, that was really, really powerful. Thank you very, very much. There's so much being missed by the medical profession. There's so much going wrong. And it's coming out as this night is progressing. Just what a terrible, feels like a miscarriage of justice that's happening to so many people who've been, I suppose, treated so badly by the medical profession. Do you want to add anything else, Laura? That was really, really good. That was really powerful. You're on mute. You're not.
I think I'll leave it at that, but I did want to briefly bring up that a lot of what I sort of talked about with the attachment issues to men and being trans and being a gay trans man also escalated into like being involved like on Grindr. And I don't think anyone's really talked about that, like being on Grindr, being in these spaces that we really don't belong when we're trans. Like me as like a 21-year-old girl, like dating like a 47-year-old crack addict that I met on Grindr and like doing crack and meth and being in that weird gay like drug scene. Yeah, Grindr. So if anyone wants to ask questions about that later on during the Q&A, also I could speak about that too.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, thank you for adding that, because I think from what I've heard from so many people is when you're in those years of lost and transition and afterwards, you can be you can go into places where you're not happy. It's just a very unhappy place. And it's frightening to think of it. We're going to bring in now, if so long as they're here, because I know it's gone on a bit longer, but I did say that at the beginning. I kind of knew this program would be more a program than a schedule. Robin and Nick, who are going to talk about how it's different for boys. And as we organize this day for Detrans Awareness Day, and I hope everybody is tweeting all the Detrans Awareness Day hashtags as much as possible during this, we were really, really, really pleased to get some male perspective on the detransition, because I feel they don't get their voice heard on any level as often. Is Robin and Tim ready to start us off? Hello, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Robin. How's it going? Will I call him Limpida? Or will I say Nick?
Yeah, hi. Sorry.
How are you? How's it going? So what do you want to start off with?
I was about to mention, this segment is called Different for Boys, but after listening to people like Allie and Laura, I'm not so sure. Well, maybe we'll find out.
Go on, what were the similarities you saw?
Well, a lot of what Allie was talking about with autism really resonated with me, and with trauma. We'll get into some reasons why we transitioned in our talk, but yeah, those definitely resonated with me.
And what about yourself? Will I call you Limpida, or what will I call you?
Yeah, Limpida works.
Okay.
No, it's that Allie's talk specifically was really not illuminating, because I had the same theory, but it really, I mean, illuminating, yeah, because it sheds light on the fact that a lot of this is just autism for a lot of people, including myself. One of the big ways was she mentioned having grown up in a very masculine environment, and like emulating the men around her because they were in her life and she was close to them, and that was what it was like with the women in my life and my family and my friends and stuff. So, you know, very, very similar in that respect.
I think we should talk about how long we were trans and how long we've been detransitioned as
Yeah.
like a starting point. So I'm 24. I just turned 24. You know what? Nick or Limpida, isn't it funny how we're both on this panel? We were born within 2 weeks of each other. That's just
Oh
kind
yeah,
of weird.
that's weird as hell.
In the same year, same month. But yeah, I'm 24 and I started socially transitioning in 2016. Wait, no, 2014. 2016 is when I started hormones, sorry. So I was 16 when I started my social transition. And that was exactly when I started college because I wanted to kind of ease myself into it. Like I wanted to finish school first and then like have this whole group of new people who didn't know me and I could just be like kind of stealthing, but whether that worked or not, I don't know. It's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. So then I basically spent my 2 college years in this sort of social transition without hormones, and I started a job. I moved out, and I'll talk about my experience with hormones later. But that's when I started hormones, and then 2 years later I started university, and that was a whole another crazy experience. Is that because before I started university, I wasn't really going out much, and you know, mixing with female friend groups, despite being trans. Like I was kind of a loner. So that was like a second eye opener for the female experience. So that's basically my transition timeline. And then I started detransitioning in 2020. And
And
You go on, Lapita, yeah?
no, Robin had something.
no, I was just gonna ush you in to talk
Okay,
about your
cool.
timeline.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm super awkward with this. But so I'm same age as Robin, 24. I identified as trans starting at 15, but I didn't actually like socially transition until maybe a year before I got onto hormones. And I got onto hormones in 2019 when I was 21. But from 15 until about 20, I was one of the more ideological type people. I already I believed that I was already a woman, and I was trying to make that fit as much as possible. That's the messaging that I was getting from the internet circles I was running in, from some of the friends I was with. And you know, and it wasn't fitting because obviously people were not like using my chosen pronouns or whatever, and I was just making myself miserable by trying to like fit myself into this box that didn't make sense. I dressed kind of androgynously. I can't say, but it wasn't like I was trying to look like a woman necessarily. I was just trying to look, I guess, more like a feminine guy, and that worked. But then 20, I started to like actually start to wear like women's clothes and style my hair differently and everything. And then that made me even more miserable because it just highlighted how masculine I actually looked. And then I started taking hormones, 21, and I went to a Planned Parenthood, same as Helena. They prescribed me estrogen immediately. Like they did the blood work, but they didn't look at it before they prescribed me. And the only reason I had to wait at all after that was because the like they didn't have the compounds for it at the pharmacy. So I just waited 2 weeks after I got prescribed, but they didn't care really what the blood work said. It was just a formality. And same thing, they didn't ask me any questions about anything. They were just like, you know, well, actually they did. They did. They asked me like, are you depressed? Like, have you been through some stuff? Like, you know, that kind of thing. And I answered honestly, like, yeah, I'm not well. And they basically took that and said, that's actually, you know, that's a good sign. That's a sign that you are trans and this is right for you. So that's how that went down.
I was
And
really happy when you said they actually asked you questions, but then the answers that you gave that you were depressed were like ammunition to trans you, which is that's pretty insane. But carry on.
Yeah, no, I said I had issues with gender. I was suicidal. I had issues with my body image. I had a very unhealthy lifestyle. I was smoking a lot of cigarettes and weed and drinking a lot and living with a cult, but I didn't know it was a cult at the time. But I had mentioned my living situation was not fantastic, and I was kind of living in filth. And they were just like, well, you sound like a perfect candidate, like that was really the response.
So, should we start with why we decided to detransition and then work from there? So,
Yeah.
when I started having thoughts about detransition, it was I've been on hormones for 4 years and identifying for 6. So, the next step really for me was because I still wasn't a woman, right? But I mean, I was doing pretty well. I passed and everything. But the next step for me would have been surgery. So that was when I started looking at surgeries, and let me tell you, it was kind of an eye opener, because the way that surgeries are presented in popular culture, I guess it's not really popular culture. I guess it is now. It is now popular, but the way that it was presented was, you get this the functioning genitalia of the opposite sex, but it's not. It's a penile inversion, and it's even worse for the FTM people. But yeah, it was really eye-opening to learn that this is nothing like what I expected, and I just kind of realized I'm not ever going to be a woman. I mean, I can look the part, dress the part, but I'm never going to be one. And I guess from there, I realized that I don't need to be one. But it took a lot of self-reflection and a good few weeks just shutting myself in my room and being depressed to come out with this conclusion. But yeah, it was really the surgery was the first big eye opener for me. Actually doing my own research about that.
It was the same for me. That was when I'm not sure that was the eye opener that I was like, okay, well, maybe trans isn't real. I still somehow thought like I was one of those like, because people say like, okay, well, maybe it's not right for most, but for some, right?
Right.
And I still, even after like realizing like some of this, like the whole born in the wrong body thing is not real, like I still thought maybe this would help because I was still very distressed. And looking into the surgeries, what happened was I talked to the nurse that was overseeing my treatment, and I told her, listen, the hormones, it's been like a year and a couple months, and I'm not feeling like, there was a honeymoon period, but it seems like it's wearing off, and I feel worse almost. And she was just like, oh, well, maybe you should look into surgery in that case if you really want to feel like a woman. And spent months researching it and looking at surgeons. Am I going to go to Sinai? Am I going to go to Michigan? Am I going to, what am I going to do here? And making a plan for like, okay, what do I have to do if I have to drive across the country, whatever. And what snapped me out of it and made me realize, okay, I'm gonna have to detransition because clearly this was a bad idea, was I had a waking nightmare that I was on the table being operated on and realized, okay, yeah, no shit, this is not gonna work. So.
Oh my God.
And it's kind of just the idea of taking perfectly functioning male genitalia and just screwing them up completely. Like a lot of these surgeries, you've got it's really harrowing. I don't want to go into graphic detail about it for the sake of the audience, but you got people who are living with catheters for the rest of their lives, and like calcium deposits that fall in. I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, you have to dilate the yeah, you get the idea.
How about we not? Yeah. So I've
in a very different manner though.
Yeah.
You know, say whatever you want to in any way you want. This is Detrans Awareness Day, so if you want to bring something up, you say it, you take your place. But if you don't want to say it, same goes. Don't say it either. But yeah, there's so much to say. Where do you start?
Limpida.
So
There was one thing I know that I found very interesting was around tucking and the difficulties that that brings forward. I thought that was quite an interesting point that doesn't get said often.
So during the time that I was trying to live stealth, and I had a habit of wearing jeans. so it's common for MTF people to sort of tuck their genitalia, and that's a very like how we use the word bottom surgery to hide the fact that it's a penile inversion. We'll call it tucking to hide the fact that it's crushing your balls for 24 hours a day. So I actually had complications from tucking where the spermatic cord sort of tied around itself and caused testicular torsion, which basically cuts off the blood supply to the testicle. So I had to have emergency surgery on like one horrible Christmas Eve to get that corrected. Luckily, like if I left it any longer, then I would have lost my appendage, shall we say. So yeah, this is something that's I've never ever seen spoken about on any of the like trans forums, like on the forums that giving advice about how to tuck and, you know, why you should tuck and whatever. I've never seen anyone talk about this complication.
I have seen research about it being very dangerous. I saw it on Stats for Gender, and I looked into it and I was like, wow, this is a whole thing. This is quite a serious thing.
Yeah.
I had so it's kind of hard for me to tell at this point, you know, whether it was the medications or whether it was because I was tucking all the time, but I had for a time like very, very painful erections, and creeping erectile dysfunction. But by painful, I mean like the way I would describe it is like a knife, like in your genitals, like genuinely like burning hot, painful, and it is not. It could have been either or, only because when you know, when your genitals are in that sort of like super constrained environment, and it's like really warm down there too, that's a very unnatural position for them to be in, and, there's all sorts of
Find that with wearing like really tight underwear that you're not supposed to be wearing as well, like a lot of trans males will do.
Exactly. It could also have been the drugs I was on. It could have been either or, but it like certainly both does not help. Yeah. So that's the reality of it.
What about the process of coming on the drugs, on the estrogen and off the estrogen? Did you notice much differences in your? I hear a lot about in your personality, and because we know a lot about testosterone, we really don't know very much about estrogen.
So estrogen, I think of the two that I was, because I was on spironolactone or aldactone, as well as estrogen, because for boys you need to suppress testosterone because it's a more powerful drug than estrogen. And spironolactone, estrogen has its own horrible effects on males, but they're longer term. They're not as you know, it's not as immediate. But for spironolactone, like immediately, like it starts causing issues with your kidneys. It starts it gave me really bad, like I call it brain fog, where like you can't focus at all, and that's because it's doing damage to your frontal lobe. And they warned me that spironolactone might cause erectile dysfunction, and I was okay with that because I didn't want to have functioning genitalia, which is a horrible, horrible thing that, you know, again, they asked me about, and they were like, "Oh, you're fine with that? Okay, we'll just give it to you then." And I didn't, you know, they didn't warn me that that was part of it. But the one thing that was definitely the drugs was the muscle loss. I had a lot of muscle loss in my shoulders and back, I already have scoliosis because I was obese for a while, and it was just like crushing my spine. And the spiral made it so much worse, so much worse. It was extremely painful. I could not find a comfortable position to sit in or lie down in. And the actual like physical loss of the muscles was also very painful. I could feel myself getting weaker by the day, and just getting tired out so quickly. It was really bad. Um, and estrogen too. Estrogen has sort of a sedative effect a little bit. It really suppresses your energy and makes you super depressed. I was crying maybe at least once a day, usually twice, over really small things. And that never used to happen before. I think since I've detransitioned, I've only cried like one time. So it's not great.
Could I ask about that crying? Because I've heard boys say this, I've heard detrans boys say this. I'm very interested. Is the crying a relief when you cry, and is it lack of a relief when you can't cry again when you detrans, or does it just feel like your emotions are all over the place?
They're just different. I think they're just different. I react to that. That's been the process for detransition for me, is letting the changes come in and just adapt to them. Not all at once, but like one at a time, like try to pay attention to them. And when it came to crying while on estrogen, that was a release. That was a huge emotional release. It was very helpful for when I was doing trauma therapy. I was doing EMDR, so a lot of exposure type stuff, and crying helped get it out. But you know, since I've detransitioned, I don't get the urge to cry at all. And at first, I was worried that that was going to make me like super emotionally constipated. I wasn't going to be able to like deal with anything, and I was going to have like angry outbursts or whatever. But that hasn't been true at all. I just channel it through my energy instead, through like all the physical energy that testosterone gives you, and I just go to the gym a lot instead, and it works out fine.
My sorry, does Stella want to interject there?
No, I'm fascinated. Keep going.
My experience with estrogen was probably atypical because I've always been a very emotional guy, and I suspect that I had an endocrine issue before I started transitioning because I I couldn't grow a mustache until I was 18, as it was. Not a single hair on my chin, and I had like male gynecomastia before I started transition. So and I was already like I was crying every other day, and when on estrogen I was crying every day. So like that's not really much of a difference. But yeah, I don't know how much I can comment on this in particular because I feel like I was low T before I started transitioning. But even despite being low testosterone, every testosterone fueled aspect of myself really just disgusted me. So I think we'll get onto the dysphoria aspect in a little bit. But I, I really just wanted to rip the testosterone out of my body, no matter how little of it there was. But this, because we were talking about getting on hormones, the reason why I don't know if I had an endocrine issue that would have probably been picked up is because I started my HRT myself. I didn't go through a doctor for the first 2 years. I sort of, once I turned 18, I put myself on the waiting list and I thought, well, I'm on a waiting list, but I've already been identifying and like passing for 2 years. So I'm going to do this myself. I know what I want. I'm going to get it sort of mentality. So that was, I mean, sorry, that
Could
was,
you say how you got it? Because I know a lot of parents will be worried. I've noticed in parents groups, the boys seem to access the drugs. Maybe I'm making a huge generalization here, but they seem to access them online in a way that I haven't really noticed as many girls doing this. They go rogue, really.
it's as simple as knowing which website you have to go to. There's guides for different countries and shipping costs and how to get it. But I had to use cryptocurrency to get mine, which is if your son is like a tech wizard, then there's no stopping him, really. And a lot of male FTMs are tech wizards. Sorry, MTFs are tech wizards. So, I mean, myself included.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of that when I detransitioned, I started to see a lot of those like like marketed DIY HRT vials, and they're really gross. There's a lot of like pedophilic overtones on the outside of the packaging.
I got mine. That wasn't really a thing yet. It was just like online pharmacies that sold whatever. Like, they'll sell like Ritalin, and they'll sell I don't know, hydroxychloroquine or whatever, fake COVID cure, whatever. But yeah, they also sold. They just sold whatever prescription drug, and it's like a grey market sort of thing. It's not. It depends on the country as to how illegal it is. I think in the UK, as long as you're importing from the UK, it's not illegal.
And
But
is there a big kind of, let me get this right, MTF community exchanging information?
yeah, so I mean, it's as simple as going on Reddit or 4chan and just typing in "how do I get HRT," and you'll get just a list of websites, all the information you could possibly ever want, how to buy cryptocurrency, which put in your location, it will tell you which pharmacy is the best for you, you know, like infographics and interactive websites and wikis that tell you all about it.
And you were going to talk a little bit about, and stop me if I'm directing this too much, body identity integrity disorder.
I think we should talk about dysphoria in general.
Okay.
What do you think, Limpida?
Yeah, go right ahead. You have your theory you wanted to put out there. So let's go.
I was just thinking, just talked about why we detransitioned, was looking at the horrible surgeries, and we should probably talk about why we transitioned in the first place. So I've got this idea in my head that I've come up with like 7 different underlying causes to dysphoria. And I think you and I could go through each one and tell everyone how we've been personally affected by these in our lives and how they apply to us.
Yeah.
We're just listing them all off. So gender nonconformity. I don't know how or in what way you were gender nonconforming throughout your childhood, but I know for me, I was just like the token poof in class, and I was gay as well. And you know, I could go on for dozens of different stories on how how bad it was, but and how when I went online and I was trying to get help from other people who were in the same position as me, like gay femboys, for lack of a better word, online. Like I went on 4chan, and at this exact same time as I was going there for support, the whole trans thing was blowing up, and everyone was convincing each other, oh, it's better if we just transition. So that's how like a gender non-conforming person is going to be gaslit into thinking that transition is the solution for them.
For me, I was just really sensitive owing to the autism. I had sensory problems that people just thought like, oh, well, this is just, you're just being a little pussy. And I was at the bottom of the male hierarchy at school because of that. And so I'm not sure that I was like non-conforming in the way that a gay boy would be, but I wasn't able to stick to the social rules generally. And I was a little weird and a little slow socially. I was really like, academically I was really above and beyond, but as far as like when it came to interacting with kids, it just didn't go well, so.
Yeah. I was very obviously gender non-conforming, and I'm also 5 feet tall, so that's like a really big factor in my opinion, is that short guys really don't see the end of it. And like my first nickname at school was midget, and then they realized that I'm also gay and feminine, so that was a field day. That was open season, really. But yeah,
I must have given off gay vibes because everybody thought I was gay in high school, and then like in college, a bunch of gay guys started hating on me and everything. So I must have somehow been giving that off, but I don't fully know how. Yeah.
Yeah. So this leads us straight into my second point, which is internalized homophobia, which I feel like we've already covered sort of. But yeah, I guess I didn't really grow up in a homophobic household, so like I wasn't really ashamed to be gay, but I was sort of gaslit into thinking that transition was the better road for me.
I was ashamed
Internalized.
of being straight. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's a different kind of worms,
yeah,
in my
two
opinion.
different things.
Should we go on to internalized misandry? That's a hot topic
That's the big one.
because it's pretty trendy to talk about how toxic men are, and then you get a gender non-conforming male who really doesn't want to be toxic. Like, for example, they made me play rugby when I was at school, and I hated it so much that I pretended that I didn't know how to read so that I could get extra reading classes during the time that I had PE, and that's not a joke. But like, it's the stereotype that men are toxic, and so we get made fun of for being soft and feminine, and then we get made fun of for being like masculine and toxic. There's really no escape for boys nowadays, in my opinion, no matter which way.
Yeah, and for me, I just recently posted my whole. I'm sure a lot of people here have seen it or read it. I posted a big long Substack about my time on Tumblr and being exposed to radical Tumblr feminism, and yeah, that was a big. You couldn't be like just. It was essentially just like being attracted to women at all as a man was misogynistic generally. Like if you showed any sort of attraction towards a woman, if you were at all interested in women, if you, I mean, even just existing as a male on the site was very difficult. But to be a straight man especially was really bad. And if you tried to argue with anybody about, oh well, that's not really misogyny, that's just like it's just something boys do sometimes, like manspreading, for instance, like all that kind of thing, or mansplaining, like just trying to point out like, okay, well, sometimes this just happens. It's not necessarily misogynistic every time a man tries to explain something. Then yeah, you get people jumping down your throat and telling you all kinds of things. And there were a number of people on Tumblr, and I found this out later after I started dipping my toe into Twitter around this whole issue. There were a lot of feminists that were very pro transitioning males or pro feminizing males because they it blunts the edges, right? It makes you less, it's basically just like castration, and it is castration, but it's like that's why they want to do it, basically, is because it's yeah, because it makes you less of a man essentially, and that's the main thing that they don't want. But yeah, and I had kind of been absorbing some of that early on because my mom was a big feminist growing up, and kind of had my dad wrapped around her little finger for a long time. So I didn't get to see very many strong male role models. I mean, my dad was a pretty good role model generally, but as far as like, what a masculine man is supposed to do and how he's supposed to carry himself and everything, I didn't get to see that, and a lot of that got called misogynistic generally. So I didn't have I wasn't able to be happy with being a man because I was told it was the worst thing in the world. And what Robin said about getting rid of the testosterone in you, like that's exactly how I felt. I really felt like I was exercising a demon. So
yeah, I really wanted to escape from manhood with like all of the pressure that was being put on me, because I was so clearly not anything that I was being described, but that was being prescribed to me. But I sort of internalized it, and I thought, yeah, maybe I am a mansplaining, manspreading, misogynistic asshole. But I've never thrown a punch in my life. I did. I could hurt a fly. Watch out. But like, it just didn't resonate with me. But I guess I just really wanted to escape all of it, and I was sold this transition idea, and yeah.
Did I ask, did grooming play a part? Because I often hear talk about grooming.
Yeah. So with some of the points we're going to bring up in a moment, that go into gender dysphoria, you might think, well, how can someone groom you into having a traumatic experience, or how can someone groom you into being autistic or having OCD? But the grooming is really getting groomed into believing that these things, the solution to these things is transition, and that you would be better off transitioning than dealing with these issues in isolation.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
One last thing I want to bring up about the internalized misandry, which you know, is specific to the straight boys. I had a lot of what I guess I'll term rape anxiety, in that I was in a long-term relationship with a woman who you know, identified as a lesbian, but I'm pretty sure is bisexual because she was with me for so long. And like we had you know, we had sex, and it was consensual, but I was, because of what I was looking at and because of what, like, you know, what she was retweeting, what a lot of her friends were reblogging rather on Tumblr, like I got the idea in my head almost every time that we had sex that you know, I was freaking out, like, did I just rape her? Did I just do this? Like, am I just like, am I that guy? And not every time, but almost every time, she kind of had to calm me down after that, and she was like, no, you're not, you know, that didn't happen, you know, you're just, you know, freaking out. But that didn't go away. That never went away. And that was a big aspect of it as well. I thought, well, if I transition, then maybe I won't have to deal with these feelings anymore. So, because if I'm a woman, then I can't possibly do anything wrong.
It's fascinating to me to see that, like, you know, the boys are afraid to be boys, the girls are afraid to be girls. It feels like I know Carol said earlier, like, society is sick for lesbians. It just feels like it's an extraordinarily bad reflection on what it's like to grow up at the moment. That this is a generation, it's just incredibly dark and difficult for you.
Yeah.
I'm really aware now that Michelle has a brilliant PowerPoint that's going to come on afterwards. Is there any other things that you think we should know about the boys before we finish up and go on to Michelle's PowerPoint?
Yeah. I want to talk about trauma, OCD. I think Allie really covered autism really well earlier, and I think that a lot of what she said applies to the guys. But I want to talk about trauma and pornography. So I was exposed to really hardcore pornography when I was 9 years old in 2007, and that was my first introduction to what sex was. I had no idea that what women even had between their legs before I saw hardcore porn. I had no idea. I knew that I didn't have a penis, but I didn't know what was there. So that was really horrible for me, because, you know, that was the only comprehension I had of what of sex, and it completely put me off sex. Like nowadays, I would consider, well, other people would consider me to be an asexual. I don't really like that label because it's kind of loaded, but it wasn't introduced to me by any groomers online either. It was introduced to me by someone at school. So and it was all kinds of different pornography, and then the groomers later on exposed me to some really messed up stuff, like fetishes that I don't want to talk about.
Lots of people are asking what kind of pornography. So it's fetish kind of, is it kind of, what's the word?
To start off with, it was just sort of kind of rough, but still kind of vanilla. And I wasn't like into it, but it caused me to become, because this was the first time I'd ever seen a vulva in my life. So it caused me to like hyperfixate on the female genitalia, and some people might describe that as autogynephilia, but it wasn't like, it wasn't a sexual experience. It was just like a rumination in my head. It wouldn't. I was just like obsessed with what it'd be like to have that instead, you know. And then later on, a couple of years later, it was like the hentai that I kept seeing online, and my groomers would show me that. And by the way, this is for the parents. I wasn't groomed on any adult websites. I was groomed on a Pokemon forum. So this, you can't really just block adult websites, and it's okay. You know, it was just and I'm also a very like libertarian person when it comes to internet freedoms. I think I don't want to like destroy and block the internet and free expression. I just think that you should be aware of who your kids are talking to and where.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's so much wrong. You say your piece, Limpida, and then I'm going to bring in Michelle, and we'll get you to speak a little bit more in the Q&A as well, because I get the impression from the chat there's loads of people have questions for you.
Yeah. So I'll be quick, just because a couple of people asked about it. I also had my first experience with porn when I was 9. No one actually showed it to me. I was just curious what a woman looked like naked, and I Googled it, and that's what came up. People were asking about AGP. I'm the resident AGP, I guess, for this webinar, because that was a portion of it. And my first instinct when I saw the pornographic image, it did arouse me even as a 9-year-old, and my first instinct was to get in the same position that she was in. There is no reason for that, right? Like there's not like, that's not like a clear, like it still boggles my mind like why that really happened. But the more I have my own theory about what causes AGP. I don't have issues with AGP now. And most of my transition was not sexual. Like I wasn't like a fetishistic crossdresser or anything like that. But I did want to take the female role in sexual situations, partially because of my relationship, partially because of my anxiety about being a man. But one of the reasons that like I felt like I think there's a relationship between autism and AGP, where like something like the way that you like mirroring behaviors is harder to understand. Like rather than seeing someone that arouses you and that you're attracted to and thinking, I want to be with this person, it sort of becomes like I want to be this person, because the like your whole you kind of you have issues with ego formation. There's less of a boundary between yourself and the rest of the world because of how much information you take in at once, right? And yeah, and that's all I really have to say about it. That's sort of how it went down. I know. And the other thing, the last thing I want to mention is that a lot of feminists who talk about this issue really demonize anybody that has AGP at all. And it's hard, like obviously like the really craven perverts out there, and there are a lot of them that are trans, that do groom other people, that do like all kinds of weird sexual shit in public. Like the thing is, like when it comes to like the teenage boys that are going through this, a lot of them sort of they're not doing it for that reason, right? They're not doing it because they're trying to get off necessarily. Some of them might be, but that's not like at the core of the problem. And I don't think that's even at the core of the problem for some of the adults either. I think it just coupled with like having a mental breakdown and like some event that dissolves everything you knew about yourself, and all of a sudden you feel like you have to do something crazy about it. That's how I think about it. So yeah.
Thank you.
I think we're going to have to hear a lot more from both of you. No more than Allie, it feels like, you know, you're very important voices that you have so much to say and so much to get out there, so much information that nobody seems to know about. I to be honest, I think porn is really, really part of you know, the kind of the list of issues that is impacting this group of people, of young people. It's just awful. It's just awful how much shame so many young people have in their sexually developing bodies. It feels like there's something really gone askew. I'm going to bring in Michelle. You will be back. Oh, am I too quiet? You will be back. I think I'm shocked and I'm talking quietly. I'm going to bring in Michelle, and you have a PowerPoint, I know. Hello, Michelle. And I've seen this PowerPoint. This is really powerful, and I haven't seen it all, but it's really, really good. So you can take it away. I'll put myself on mute. Thank very, very much, Robin and Limpida. That was really, really powerful. And we'll be back.
Thank you.
One way or the other, we'll have you back.
All right. Oh, I've frozen. I don't know if you can still hear me, but I've definitely frozen.
I can hear you. I can hear you. You've frozen. It'll come back in a sec. We're all saying thank you to Limpida and Robin.
Okay.
So, you've got time. Maybe try it. Maybe exit and try it again or something.
My entire screen is frozen.
Don't worry. It always happens, and then it doesn't. Maybe it's what window you've chosen to share if you follow me.
I'm going to just close everything else I have open.
Yeah, there was so many things just while you're talking, while you're sorting yourself out. There was just so many things that that arose between Limpida and Robin's talk there. And I really felt that we have so much to learn. Just before you start, and I see you've got it up, good for you. Just so much to learn on this whole, the male experience. It's the first time I've heard a really thoughtful analysis of what's going on for boys who don't fit into the cookie cutter. And, you know, there's a terrible, terrible wrong that's been committed. Right, are we ready, Michelle?
Okay, I think I'm ready. All right, here we go. So I'm presenting a presentation on how health professionals are failing detransitioners, and by extension, failing everyone who accesses gendered medicine. At the end, I'll start talking about specifically supports for detransition, but I think that the first two sections that I'm going to get into really do affect every single person that pursues transition. This is my opinion, and I don't speak for every detransitioner, just as a disclaimer. So three areas I'm going to go over are the low quality evidence for the efficacy of transition, the informed consent model and how it's not actually fully informed. And the last section is on the lack of support for detransitioners. Okay, so the first failure is the failure to provide evidence-based treatment. There's been a recent shift from treating dysphoria to providing gender-affirming care, and it's activist motivated, it's not evidence-based. There's little longitudinal research on the effects of cross-sex hormones, and due to lack of follow-up, regret and detransition is not well studied. The second area of failure is the failure to obtain true informed consent. There's no process of differential diagnosis. There's no exploration of any issues that might affect identity. And there's no evidence that youth in particular can meaningfully consent to the lifelong effects of medical transition. And finally, the last failure is a failure to prepare support for detransitioners. No one seems to know what to say or what resources to offer. So what is it that detransitioners need from healthcare professionals? And this slide is a picture of the timeline that I went through on my transition. I'll just go through it really quickly. I graduated high school in 2006. Right out of high school.
Michelle. Take your time.
Sorry,
yeah, we're really interested.
I will take my time. I did a really quick version of this presentation and it went for half an hour, but I don't want to go for half an hour, but I'll try and compromise. Right out of high school, I was in a really controlling relationship. I graduated in 2006. We broke up in 2008. And then between 2008 and 2009, I feel like in that period of time, I was really exploring my identity, trying to like reclaim the agency that I didn't think I had when I was in that relationship. And part of that was looking at, aesthetic, what clothing I want to wear, what kind of person I want to be, what identities I had. So in 2008, 2009, I was sort of questioning, I was thinking maybe I was genderqueer, which is the old version of non-binary that didn't really exist back then. And in February of 2010, I told my family and some of my friends knew before, but I told my family that I was coming out as a trans man and that I intended to pursue medical transition. And I was eventually prescribed testosterone in October of that same year, October 2010. You can see on the top that I wasn't taking testosterone the whole time that I identified as transgender. And I didn't even take it the whole 6 years that are listed there. I was on it for 5 months and then I went off for 6 months because my acne was so terrible. And then I went on and then I think I went off at another point. Anyway, I think I was on testosterone probably for 4.5 to 5 years in total. In 2012, I had the mastectomy, bilateral mastectomy in January of that year. In 2016 is when I stopped taking testosterone in around June. And at that time, I decided I was going to identify as non-binary instead of a trans man. And I stopped taking testosterone because, one part of it, again, was the acne, which never went away the whole 5 years. But another part was that I just stopped caring about masculinizing my appearance. And another part was that I was having so much trouble taking testosterone shots on time. I would get to, I had to take them every 2 weeks and I would get to the Sunday I was supposed to take them and I didn't want to take it. I just would say, I'll just do it tomorrow. I'll just do it tomorrow. And I would end up taking it every 3 weeks instead of every 2 weeks. And then there was a part of me that said, you know what, it's probably not healthy for me to keep going on like this, not taking it at the proper dosage. So I just went off because I didn't care about it anymore. But I continued identifying as transgender. And in 2018, I had a hysterectomy. Because I was off testosterone, I kept my ovaries. So because they make estrogen, I needed to have a sex hormone in my body. So I did have the hysterectomy in May of 2018. And a couple years after that, I stopped identifying as transgender in November of 2020. And I told people, I made like an announcement on Facebook in February of 2021. So that's sort of my whole timeline. And when I get to one of the further sections, I kind of use myself as a case study for what happened that medical transition ended up failing me. So where was the failure in all of this? So let's get into that. So the first section is about low quality evidence. And I think it's worth mentioning that when we talk about evidence-based treatment, most psychiatric conditions have a low quality evidence base. They're not considered, like therapy is not considered evidence-based often because there's no empirical measurements of it. It's not like other medicine like cancer. You can measure the cancer, you can see when it goes away. So this is true for all psychiatric conditions, I think, but I think what's really important about this is that you need to have a really, really good evidence base in place if you're going to go straight to an invasive treatment that is going to cause permanent changes to your body. So that's my argument on this. So the purpose of medical transition. Medical transition was originally meant to treat a psychiatric condition. It's been called many things over the years. It was most recently gender dysphoria. Before that, at some point, I think it was gender incongruence. And before that, it was gender identity disorder. But broadly, it's distress regarding one's sex characteristics or the desire to live as the opposite sex. More recently, they might say, or as another gender. The diagnostic criteria also outlined the minimum length of time that the criteria must be present for diagnosis, and that it must be associated with clinically significant distress in areas of functioning. And access to transition historically involved a lot more gatekeeping measures, what they would call gatekeeping, what I might call safeguarding. So requiring referrals, talk therapy, a mental health evaluation, etc. Meanwhile, in the last decade, there's been a shift from treating a condition, gender dysphoria in the most recent DSM, to affirming gender identities. Now, the concept of a gender identity as it's used today it's sort of evolved within postmodernist queer theory. So postmodernism rejects the idea of an objective truth, and it believes that all subjective realities are true. If you feel like a woman, you are one. Really, if you feel like anything, you are that sort of idea. And queer theory is concerned with challenging what is normal within gender and sexuality. But in essence, what happened is an objective diagnosis has been replaced with a subjective identity, which can't be questioned anymore or, looked into or measured. So I say that transition has gone from being a treatment to being a service. Gender dysphoria, when it was a treatment, gender dysphoria has diagnostic criteria. If the patient's symptoms diminish, we can say the treatment worked. If the patient didn't improve, we can say the treatment didn't work. If the patient worsened, we can, or we might be able to suggest that some of the fault lies with the doctor if they weren't careful determining which treatment was the best option. And so gender identity is whatever a patient says it is. So when I say it's a service for people who say that they're a transgender, who their only purpose for showing up is their gender identity, in terms of getting access to that service, basically. If transition is no longer a treatment, it is simply a service. If the patient isn't happy afterwards, they can only blame themselves. So this is where they're sort of taking the duty of care is being offloaded off of doctors and onto the patients themselves. And it doesn't seem like maybe not so much a big deal for adults, but when you think about the fact that there are children that are doing this now, and these doctors are just, allowing them to sign away all of their, the liability, basically. I just feel like it's so unfair. Doctors don't have to determine whether it's the best treatment, because denying it to someone is a violation of their bodily autonomy. I don't agree with this, but that's the purpose, basically, is they believe it's a violation of their right to bodily autonomy. So this shift was activist driven. It wasn't evidence-based. So we didn't suddenly get evidence that proved that anyone who says they're trans is the opposite sex or another gender. There's no empirical evidence of that. So that never happened. The whole thing was really activist driven. So coming from lived experiences instead of empirical evidence. So if we had empirical proof to measure a gender identity, it might make sense to facilitate transition as quickly as possible. And empirical proof could have been like a brain scan or measuring hormone levels or doing a blood test, but like we don't have anything like that. It just doesn't exist. The measurement that determines whether someone is truly transgender is that person's satisfaction with transition. That's what all of the studies are looking at, is did their mental health get better? Are they happy with it? And that's the only measurement they have. So the shift from treatment to service means that doctors aren't obliged to determine whether someone is truly transgender or not. In other words, they're not really required to diagnose them anymore. So what about the research? Everyone's always saying, oh, well, the research says that it's the best option, etc. There is little research on how medical transition affects a person's quality of life in the long term. The studies just aren't there. Most studies showing satisfaction are only following up a few years after starting transition. If you followed up with me a few years after I started transition, I would have told you I was happy. I would have told you I was happy probably up until 9 years following transition. The longest follow-up study, which was in 2011, spans 30 years and showed that the suicide rate 10 to 15 years after surgery was almost 20 times higher than the general population. So that's pretty important. I mean, if we're doing this to prevent suicide, but the suicide rate is still so high, then what are we actually treating? And I have sources. So that's my source at the bottom for that long-term study. And the one underneath it is the Stats for Gender website that has all of this information about what the research, the quality of the research looks like. Most studies that conclude low regret were conducted before the explosion of trans-identifying patients circa 2015. And they were most of them were specifically about surgery regret. So we can't make conclusions about pediatric transition because most of these people were not transitioning as children. We can't make conclusions about the informed consent model because the people who they were studying didn't go through this informed consent model. They went through those gatekeeping measures way back when. And we can't make conclusions about adolescent onset gender dysphoria or rapid onset gender dysphoria because if I remember correctly, most of these people were either childhood onset or they were already adults. So it's a completely new cohort that we don't really know very much about. And that source is a systematic review of regret. That article looked at about 27 different studies that were looking at regret, and I think they were all post-surgery, but only there 27, and I think only about maybe 5 or 6 were in the last 10 years. Almost all of them were before then. All right, and estimates of detransition and regret are unreliable because many detransitioners don't tell their health professionals. Many professionals are not following up with their patients. Many studies have high loss to follow up, which is greater than 20%. We don't know if those people detransitioned. They might have just gone elsewhere. They might still be identifying as trans. They might regret it. They might have detransitioned. Nobody knows. They're just non-issues. They're just not there. Follow-up times in studies are relatively short. So, for example, only a few years or less. I don't have the source for it, but I did read, I think it was the one on the previous page, the big systematic review said that, or it was another one, but one of them said that the time to regret over I think it was a 30-year study or something, but the time to regret was 130 months, which is 10 years. And I read another study that said most people start to detransition within 4 to 8 years. So even then, people don't really, we don't have an actual number. Nobody really knows. We're just sort of giving different numbers all the time. All right. This page, most of everything that came on this page came from SEGM's website, the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine. I quoted them directly when they talked about the UK NICE systemic reviews. And these were reviews on puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for youth. So puberty blockers led to little or no change in gender dysphoria, mental health, body image, and psychosocial functioning. The landmark Dutch study from 2011 was considered at high risk of bias and of poor quality overall. All the studies evaluated had results of very low certainty and were subject to bias and confounding. Cross-sex hormones, this was for, I think it was specifically for youth. Uncontrolled studies meant any changes in scores from baseline to follow-up could be attributed to regression to the mean rather than the beneficial effects of hormones. So because they didn't have any control groups, we just don't really know what caused any of the changes. Hormones may improve symptoms of gender dysphoria, mental health, and psychosocial functioning, but caution that potential benefits are of very low certainty and must be weighed against the largely unknown long-term safety profile of these treatments. So once again, that was from SEGM's website where they sort of summarized that. All right, so this is the last part of the evidence-based section. So the ethical dilemma around detransition, we have the trans rights activist position. And so their position, and I have a source for this, their position is generally transition regret or detransition is impossible to predict. Therefore, it is unethical to try and prevent that outcome, for example, with gatekeeping, because regret is rare and gatekeeping might harm people who will benefit from transition, either by causing further emotional distress or by violating their right to personal autonomy. That's their position. My position as a detransitioner is that transition regret or detransition is impossible to predict. We do agree on that premise. Therefore, it is unethical to treat an invasive treatment as the preferred option because the evidence base for transition is low quality, because transition is socially, physically, and mentally difficult on every single person that does it, because most people who pursue transition are desperate and psychologically vulnerable, and because each of us only gets one body in our lifetime. The source at the bottom is from local trans activists, and basically they're making the argument that I pointed out in that first paragraph. They also say that specifically that they think there's very little evidence that detransition is a medical failure. And obviously I completely agree with that. And this is my argument against that. So this section is about informed consent. The informed consent model of transgender care. It's important to point out that this model is not the same as informed consent in medicine. And I'm going to get to that definition as well. So the model for transgender care, it's part of a political push to depathologize identifying as transgender. So as I said in the previous part, it's not a condition anymore. It's not something you have, it's someone you are. It's it's an alternative to the standard model of care, which is recommended by WPATH. This is a different one. They kind of just sort of veered off. The patient doesn't have to meet the diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria. The patient doesn't need a referral from a mental health professional. Patient doesn't need to undergo a mental health evaluation. The risks and benefits are discussed, but no alternative options are considered. And that's my sources on those two. I do find that there isn't really a standard way of doing the informed consent model. So sometimes they might need a referral, or sometimes they might give you a diagnosis, but those three things that the patient does not need that I have listed there, that's what they're pushing for. That's what the activists are pushing for, and that's what is reflected in the two sources. So I took the definition of informed consent in medicine from the American Medical Association's website. So in seeking a patient's informed consent, physicians should assess the patient's ability to understand relevant medical information and the implications of treatment alternatives, and to make an independent, voluntary decision. How is this going wrong in transgender healthcare? First of all, you have to be psychologically sound and developmentally capable of understanding and being able to make those decisions. So if you don't have a mental health evaluation, how do you know that someone is psychologically sound or developmentally capable? And in terms of the other part of developmentally capable, that seems to be a part where youth are also, especially minors specifically, are being not served as well, basically. I don't think that they're able to make that kind of decision personally. There are many unknowns in experimental treatment. So it's hard to be able to understand the sort of the implications, or how this is going to affect you in the long term. If it's an experimental treatment, we don't know a whole lot. No alternative treatments are presented. So we don't know the implications of anything else, basically any other treatment, of doing therapy, or of not even doing anything at all, which is something that gets covered on the next page. The second part, in seeking a patient's informed consent, physicians should present relevant information accurately and sensitively, in keeping with the patient's preferences for receiving medical information. The physician should include information about the diagnosis when known, the nature and purpose of recommended interventions, and the burdens, risks, and expected benefits of all options, including foregoing treatment. So where we're failing here is there is no diagnosis required. People are essentially self-diagnosing, but they would probably say they're self-identifying, but still it's the same thing. What is the purpose if there is no diagnosis? So how do we talk about what the nature and purpose of a recommended intervention is if there is no diagnosis? And once again, there's no alternative treatments presented. So how can you know the burdens, risks, and benefits of all of your options if you're only being given the one option? And that's sort of the thing with gender affirming care, is you affirm, and there's no questioning. So I think they treat the idea of foregoing treatment is just, they don't even think about it, essentially. The last section of that was that physicians should document the informed consent conversation and the patient's decision in the medical record. I don't think there's any issue there, so I didn't add anything. So back to this model. Activists hinge the importance of making hormones and surgery easily accessible via, and their goal is eventually everywhere to have the informed consent model, on the high rates of suicidal ideation in trans-identified people. Simultaneously, the model is meant to depathologize that same experience that is causing someone extreme emotional distress. So, how does this make sense? They're coming with extreme emotional distress, but you want to treat it like it's not a mental health problem. That doesn't make any sense. People who are at risk of hurting themselves are a vulnerable population who need to be treated with extra care when it comes to life-altering decisions. Without evaluation and assessment, a person's decision cannot be fully informed. Dysphoria is a psychiatric condition that can be affected by a number of other health concerns. Now, these are the WPATH standards of care. I don't agree with everything that's in there, but very critically, they point out this exact fact. They recommend screening for mental health concerns, including anxiety, depression, self-harm, a history of abuse and neglect, compulsivity, substance abuse, sexual concerns, personality disorders, eating disorders, psychotic disorders, and autistic spectrum disorders. In that same paragraph, it says, addressing these concerns can greatly facilitate the resolution of gender dysphoria, possible changes in gender role, the making of informed decisions about medical interventions, and improvements in quality of life. So this informed, like I said before, it goes, the informed consent model definitely veers off from what the WPATH standards of care were trying to achieve. So I'll talk about my own experience. I was prescribed hormones by a general practitioner via informed consent in October 2010. Most people were not doing it in 2010. Most of the people that I knew, and I'm going to get to them on the next page, were doing it through a more gate-kept process. So I never went to a gender identity clinic. I only saw my specific doctor. My clinic was, I would say, ideologically captured. It was very, the activists loved it, basically. So I got a referral. I don't know if I wrote that. Yeah. So I did require letters. I required letters from mental health professionals. They needed 2 from me. One of them had to recommend testosterone, and the other one confirmed that I was of sound mind. So the 2 people that did this, the first one that recommended testosterone, I was in a trans support group that was run by 2 trans therapists. And at one meeting, they said that they knew a clinic that was looking for a trans man and a trans woman because their resident doctors wanted to get experience with transgender patients. So one of those therapists is the one who wrote me the letter recommending testosterone. He probably had an hour-long meeting with me before recommending testosterone. The other letter was from my regular therapist that I had been seeing elsewhere. She's not a gender therapist. And she also had never had a transgender patient before me. And she wrote a letter confirming that I was able to psychologically make the decision. I think it's important to note that she wasn't a doctor and she couldn't diagnose me with anything, because that comes into play later. It turns out that I had some, I think, mental health conditions that might not have allowed me to make such a decision, or at least made it, I was impulsive, basically. There was no formal mental health evaluation. I had been seeing a therapist for about 2 years, as I mentioned. I had a medical history of depression, anxiety, self-harm, suicidal ideation. I had a suicide plan a year prior, so in 2009. And that was the first time that I went to a doctor and said, I think I need to start antidepressants. Weirdly, before that, I was very opposed to antidepressants. There was no screening for any other psychiatric concerns. And I was advised of some of testosterone's risks and effects, and I signed forms accepting those risks. And I say some of because I think we knew even less about what testosterone does to a female body in 2010. I definitely did not hear anything about atrophy. I didn't know anything about, I found out several years in to taking testosterone that hysterectomy is recommended if you're going to be on testosterone for long term, just because it does horrible things to your uterus, basically. And so things like that. And I don't think they even mentioned detransition. There was no talk about the risk of potentially regretting it later on. So compared to other people in my area, in 2010, most of the local trans people that I knew were going through the gender identity clinic at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health. This was Dr. Kenneth Zucker's clinic. He was still there at this time. And he is one of the people that helped write the WPATH standards of care. So CAMH more closely followed that standard model of care. They required referral from a mental health professional. It involved a mental health evaluation. Patients had to undergo a period of real life experience, meaning they had to live as their target gender before they could access hormones or surgery. And patients were denied access to medical transition if there were concerns that it might not benefit them. Personally, I think some of the reasons that people were denied were a little weird, which is why I don't think we should go back specifically to that time. So for example, I knew people, trans women that said that if they wore pants to their interview, they were told that they couldn't transition. It was kind of a weird sexist thing going on. Or I knew a trans man whose name wasn't masculine enough. There were weird reasons. And I don't think we should necessarily go back to that model. But anyway, I was considered by the trans community, this was considered by the trans community to be an outdated way of providing healthcare. CAMH was called the Clark Institute before, and the locals used to call it Jurassic Clark. I was considered lucky to be able to go through the informed consent route, which obviously I don't agree with anymore. So in 2017, I underwent a psychoeducational assessment, and I received several diagnoses that reshaped my understanding of myself, including developmental disabilities and experiencing post-traumatic stress symptoms. Allie talked about how getting the autism diagnosis completely changed her life earlier, and my experience was the exact same thing. It was like seeing all of those pieces of the puzzle just all fitting suddenly and going, oh, that's why it all happened, sort of thing. So my autism diagnosis in particular was essential to understanding parts of my life, and I feel like I was robbed knowing that I could have had that knowledge 7 years earlier, because many of those feelings were things that I classified as being because I'm trans. So I thought I didn't fit in with girls because I'm trans, or I didn't like wearing dresses because I'm trans. I still didn't detransition for another few years after that. The psychologist who did the assessment affirmed my identity. So I have a 25-page assessment, and the psychologist used they, them pronouns for me throughout the whole thing and never questioned anything about my gender at all. So while I had some new answers, I still needed more time to figure out where everything fit. So this was sort of a map of what my gender identity exploration looked like in 2010, where I had all of these different reasons, and I went, oh, it's because I'm trans. So I preferred male friends. Actually, when I was listening to Allie's talk, I said, oh, a lot of these are exactly like me, basically. I think the ones that are important to point out are that obsessive thinking about gender, being bullied as a child. There was trauma there, basically. At the bottom of the screen, I have this phrase that says, if you think you're trans, you are, which is what everyone online was telling me at that time. And really, they repeat it over and over and over. If you think you're trans, then you are. Or they'll also say that cis people don't question their gender so much. If you're questioning it, then you're definitely trans. So there was a lot of affirmation going on. And this is what my self-understanding looks like today. So that big green circle in the middle has been divided into all of these different reasons why all of these things were happening to me. And those orange boxes rather are things that I kind of figured out in addition after getting diagnoses, basically. Or so, for example, like dresses and clothing and not liking makeup, these are all sensory issues for me because I'm autistic. I was bullied because I'm autistic. I have ADHD. I made impulsive decisions, including the one to transition. Other things like being able to pass as a man helped with my anxiety. You know, I didn't feel like I didn't have to smile as much. I didn't have to perform as much. So that was one of the things. So all of these things were sometimes because I'm autistic, because I have ADHD, because I had unresolved trauma and used escapism as a coping mechanism. Laura mentioned that also. Because I'm depressed, or because women are just sometimes often treated poorly, really. And right here at the bottom, I have a thing that says that wasn't entirely true, because as it turns out, I said a few things. I would say, you know, that I didn't fit in the girls and that's why I'm trans. But to be fair, I didn't actually fit in with the boys either. I role played as male characters, but I actually role played as female characters too. So those are, I think, instances of me just lying to myself and not being entirely truthful about it. So I threw this in at the last second because the cast review interim report came out, and I saw this diagram that shows complex presentations of, I guess, gender questioning people on one side, and the many different pathways that those people could take on the other side. And I thought it was really important and very validating to see that there are a lot of different reasons that people show up at a gender identity clinic or show up saying, you know, I want to transition, or I think I'm trans, kind of thing. There's a lot of different reasons, as we've all heard today. Okay, my last section is on detransition support. So what do detransitioners want? For some detransitioners, transition was a form of medical trauma. I think people need to, specifically healthcare professionals, need to remember that, sort of above all else. We need professionals that are prepared for detransitioners. This was also talked about earlier. Some of us have lost trust in healthcare professionals as a result of our experience. A doctor or therapist who seems like they're ahead of the game could help rebuild that trust, but one who appears to be scrambling for resources might not instill confidence. So preparation might include collecting information, pamphlets, websites, organizations that might be of interest to a detransitioner, facilitating support groups for people who have detransitioned, encouraging further research on the process of detransition and detransitioner needs. Information on how to safely medically detransition. So these sort of reflect the kind of questions that I see in the detrans subreddit all the time. How do you taper off of hormones? What changes to expect and how soon? What hormone withdrawal might look like? Which effects of the hormones are permanent? Whether we're at risk of any diseases or other conditions because of our prescription history, and if and how our fertility has been affected. When discussing surgery, like reconstructive surgery, we need sensitivity to the fact that it has already failed us once. And I think it's not uncommon for detransitioners to say that they don't want to do surgery anymore. But for those of us that do, insurance coverage for reconstructive surgery and interventions. So for some examples, breast reconstruction for detrans females, mastectomy for detrans males that grew breasts, testicular prostheses if they've had an orchiectomy, hair transplants, electrolysis or laser hair removal, or voice feminization surgery. I'm not sure how much voice feminization surgery. I lost my train of thought, but basically, I'm not sure exactly how good it is yet, whether it's a good idea or not. I've heard varying things about it. So research into other reconstructive options. So for example, can genital surgery ever be reversed? Probably not ever fully, but under what circumstances? And therapeutic support surrounding body image distress or continuing dysphoria, loss of fertility, dealing with feelings of guilt, shame, anger, hopelessness, and grief, isolation from their former community, deprogramming from former beliefs, reintegrating into the world, or feeling behind in life and worrying about wasted time. All right, and this is my last part, but we want to be able to define our experiences with the words that we choose. I picked this because some people think that the word detransition is stigmatizing, but I feel like it's really only stigmatizing to people who haven't detransitioned. Acknowledgement from professionals that detransitioners exist and deserve quality care like anyone else. Not having our experiences devalued by referencing how rare detransition is. It might be rare, but I'm just so tired of talking about detransition and then having someone show up and be like, oh, what, it's so rare, as if we don't as if we don't matter, essentially. And finally, compassion. None of us need someone saying, I told you so, at the end of the day. I have 2 more slides. There's this one that has a whole bunch of resources. Detrans Voices Carol is involved with that. Gender Care Consumer Advocacy Network is Grace is the president, and Sinéad is on the leadership board of Gender Dysphoria Alliance. And the last page has my contact information. That's it.
Thank you so much, Michelle. That was really, really good. Really, really informative. I know 1 million people are going to be looking for your slides. And so we do have a plan that when we send out the recording of this, that we'll be sending a list of information, and certainly people can contact you on the blog that we can see here, the Twitter, you know what I mean, for whatever they can, you know, get out of you, i.e. your slides, stuff like that. It was really, really good, Michelle, and you put a lot of work into it, and it was really powerful. It really, it matched. It was your work matched the power and the moving kind of nature of this. I'm going to bring in Sinéad, and she's got a beautiful title for her transition, for her speech. I'm getting going a bit gaga at this stage, so everybody's going to have to be very patient. It is nearly 12 o'clock, so me and Sinéad and others are going to have to be forgiven to be a bit loopy at this time of the night. But Sinéad is going to speak, and then we're going to have a little clip from Kat, and then we'll have the Q&A from everybody. Yeah, we all need coffee. My husband's gone to bed, so I can't get coffee, but that's what I need. But Sinéad, you're going to liven us up there, because, well, how many hours are we in? It's definitely run over. I knew it would run over, but honestly, everybody had so much to say between like Michelle's PowerPoint, and it was so important to hear it all. And then, you know, Robin and Nick, and then Allie and Laura, there's just been so much to say that I think it's important that we let it run on. We're going to have the recordings, and we'll be able to put it out. It's only 4 o'clock here. It's 12 o'clock here, Carol. Go on then, today. Knock us over.
I mean, I'm still in awe of what I've just heard from Michelle. I mean, well done. Like, I'm not kissing your arse or anything, but that was wonderful. I mean, when I knew that this talk was going to go on, I was like, oh, partially listen when other people are speaking, but you had me glued to the screen, Michelle, so well done.
Thank you.
I can see you taking over as one of the leaders, and no problem at all. The reason why, and as Stella mentioned, I'm supposed to be coming in as the optimist, if you can imagine that. The reason why I wanted to speak at the end was because by now you've already got all the stuff out the way. You know, the cast review has been discussed, detransition has been discussed. I don't need to explain anything. So I'm just going to speak to you right now with the things that I think you need to hear. And I thought long and hard about how I could get those messages across. And what I ended up deciding to do was I went through numerous messages that I've had with detransitioned or lost in detrans people. That would be people who have transitioned but realize that they suffer from regret, but they can't quite bring themselves to detransition. I went through a whole bunch of messages over the past couple of years, and I jotted down some things that seemed to resonate. And so I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I'm just going to go through the points that seem to touch people, because if it touched people, maybe it will touch you too. So The first one here, okay, no, actually, I should probably spend a couple of minutes telling you who the fuck I am and why I'm telling you about this. Okay, so we're talking about how you can move on from trans regret. Really, when you detransition, it's a massive thing that can happen to you. Everyone here understands what I'm talking about. I'm sure there's a number of people listening who understand what I'm talking about. But when you go through transition, it's huge. You take puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, you undergo various amounts of surgeries. That could be the removal of the breasts, it could be the shaving of the bone of your face, it could be lots of things. You dramatically change yourself. And if you end up regretting that, there's no going back. There just isn't, right? So you can end up in a really, really dark place. And when this is being facilitated by medical professionals very easily, you end up in a particular realm that I've been thinking about it, where you think, I don't have a right to feel regret. I really don't. And for me, you know, I was on testosterone for almost 5 years. I got my breasts removed in a double mastectomy. So I got to that point, and I remember when my trans regret kicked in, really kicked in. It was in 2018, and I was done. You know, I quit my job, I dropped out of uni, I pushed everyone away from me. I was blackout drunk every night. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping. It was the darkest hole I've ever went down. What transition regret did to me was everything other than kill me. And that was only because I was too fucking stubborn, frankly. And I went to therapists, I went to counselors, I got nothing. They didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear about detransition. They didn't want to talk about transition regret. I had nothing, which is why I turned to the internet to try and find other detransitioners. And I found many of them, a lot more than I thought I would find, because I'd always been told that transition was incredibly rare. You'll find 2 or 3. I found dozens the first couple of nights I was on there, and they were there for me. Like the therapists, the counselors, none of them were there for me. So I found a source of comfort because I didn't know what was going to happen. You know, I was terrified. It was mentioned earlier in this chat, you come off testosterone cold turkey, it can lead to extreme mood swings and stuff. I did experience some mood swings, but for the most part, I was so numb from depression that I didn't feel anything. And when I told that to my therapists, they were like, maybe you're non-binary. It was horrendous. It was the reason why I get so passionate and so angry about this conversation isn't just because I experienced it and feel hurt myself. It's because I know people a lot younger than me are going through it. Because, like, listen, I'm 31. I'm young, but I'm old in terms of the new cohort of detransitioners. The vast majority of the detransitioners that I know are in their late teens and early 20s. They've got their whole lives ahead of them. And I get messages from them telling me about how they've ruined themselves. And I'm not having any of that. So I went through some of my messages and some of the conversations that were had. And I thought, rather than make a PowerPoint and be professional and intelligent and smart like everyone else in this conversation has been, I'm going to be impersonal, because I think it needs a bit of that. You know, there's so much clinical talk going about just now. I'm just going to put it to you as I feel. So here in the last message that I have, I'd said to this young man, you need to be able to feel your feelings, even the bad ones, because you can't numb them forever. And the reason why I said that was because this young detrans man had messaged me, and he told me about how horrible that he felt in detransition. He couldn't accept that he'd grown breasts. He couldn't accept what he'd done to himself, the reputation that he'd got about around his town. and he just wanted to numb it. He just wanted to get blackout drunk. He wanted to smoke himself into oblivion. And I get that. I think all of us can. You don't need to be a detransitioner to understand that. We all understand that when you're in immense amount of pain, you want to numb it. That's normal. But where does it get you? You know, you can't numb pain forever. You need to feel. You need to feel loss. You need to feel grief. If you don't feel it, you just bury it, and it's going to come out at a later time, and it's going to wreck your life. So you need to feel it. So I think if you're struggling with a lot of very difficult feelings, such as transition regret, and you think, okay, I've made a mistake. I messed up. My clinic messed up. I hate myself. I'm stupid. I'm ruined. I'm mutilated. I'm going to get blackout drunk or so high that I can't remember. You can't do that for the rest of your life. You need to feel, because whenever you feel your loss or your grief or your sadness, you actually confront it, which means you can deal with it. And I'll get onto that in a little bit. Jesus, I've got a lot of messages. I'll probably cut them short because I know we've went over time. The next one is, no one likes feeling like a victim. And the people who think they want to be a victim don't know what being a victim feels like. It's not a good thing. Pity is the worst thing you can give someone. If you have actually been a victim of something, you don't wish you were, you know? And so when you see so many people, oh, I feel so sorry for myself, I'm a victim, blah, blah, blah. What's that doing for you? Is it giving you anything? Is it getting you anywhere? No, it's not. It's keeping you in place. It's keeping you in your little self-pitying ball where you're not going to go anywhere. So even if you are a victim, you need to try to get out of it. So if you've went through transition, you're struggling with transition regret and you're thinking, yeah, I've ruined my life, I'm a mess, I'm mutilated, there's nowhere I can go from here. Keep thinking those things. Where is it going to get you? It's going to get you in a box. It's going to get you under the ground. It's not going to get you anywhere. So what we need to do is we need to figure out, how do we get out of that? How can you move past irreversible changes? How do you get past permanently harming and changing yourself? Well, you get there by doing the hardest thing that you possibly can, which is forgiveness. And as cheesy as that may sound, I have to tell you, I hated myself. I hated myself so much. Forgiving myself was the hardest thing that I could ever do. I had to be able to forgive myself for getting myself in that mess. But here's the thing, once I did do that, all the anger that I built up went from the internal to the external. And I hated my gender clinic. I hated the people that facilitated what was done to me. I hated the gender specialist that gave me those cross-sex hormones and the referral for that surgery. And do you know how much that helped me? None. I was just caught in this horrible basket of just this chip on my shoulder. It didn't get me anywhere. And so what I had to do was I had to learn to forgive them, the people that allowed this, the people that supported this. And if you're in this position that I was in a couple of months ago, you're like, I can't. How can I forgive them from doing this for me? Well, I'll tell you, because even though you've got the changes of cross-sex hormones, even though you've had your breast removed, or if you're a detrans man, you've had breasts implanted, if you decided to do that, no matter what change, no matter how dramatic that has happened to your body, it didn't kill you, which means you can still live and you can still go on and you can still make a life for yourself. You know, people are in horrible situations all the time. There are accidents and tragedies and all these things that happen to you all over the world. People are constantly thinking, how do I move on from this? I can't move on from this. The loss is too great. But do you know what? We are amazing. We're so strong and we can get through anything that life throws at us. And so I think that if you're, I mean, Jesus Christ, most of the detransitioners that I speak to are in their late teens or their early 20s. You've got your whole lives ahead of you. And you're sitting there saying, oh, I was on cross-sex hormones, or I took, or I got surgeries. My life is ruined. I'm mutilated. I'm a freak. I'm a mess. I'm ruined. No, you're not. You're really not. You really aren't. And I think that that's the most damaging thing. And I know that so many people who mean well, I understand they mean well, but they throw around words like mutilated. They throw around words like damaged. They throw around words like ruined. I'm not mutilated or damaged or ruined. I'm the happiest I've ever been. And you can be too. So it doesn't matter what's been done. And I'm not excusing it. We should never have been allowed to transition. That was a failure on the part of the people who were supposed to be caring for us. We should never have been allowed to transition, but we did. So what are we going to do? You're just going to give up? That's the end of it? No. I think we deserve a chance. I think after all the suffering we've been through, we deserve a bit of happiness. And so even if there's been things that have happened to you and treatments that you've received that you're not happy with, no matter how horrible it is and how hard it is. And, you know, I was at that stage. Jesus, I remember literally curling up on my bedroom floor, properly ugly crying, like out of my mind. I can't get past this, Sean, Sinead, babe, Sinead. It's like, it's one of the most difficult things that you're going to experience, but it's also one of the most difficult things that you are going to get over, because you can, because that's how strong you are. And I think the victimhood mentality that has been adopted by so many people these days is a disgrace. You don't want to be a victim. Sometimes you are, and that's unfortunate, but your immediate goal after that is to overcome it. And so if I had to say anything, I've already discarded the notes that I had, but if I was to say anything to someone who was either beginning their detransition, who felt that they need help in their detransition, or if you don't even need to be a detransitioner, okay? You can be a trans person lost in transition. There's lots of them. I've spoken to so many who they decide to settle. They decide to lay in the bed that they've made themselves. We've all spoken to them. Everyone in this chat, I know you have, because we've spoken about it. We all know that exists. All you need to know is that no matter how bad it gets and no matter how miserable you feel, you have only one shot at this life and you owe it to yourself. You've suffered enough. So I think you might think, oh, no one's ever going to want me because I don't have any tits. Yes, they will. You're dramatically overestimating what people want in a partner, you know? And I think when it comes to things like, you know, I've had all this stuff done. I've ruined myself. You really haven't, because there's more there's more to offer to the world than just what your body looks like. There really is. And I think when I see so many, and they're so intelligent and they're so smart and they're so clever, these young people, their whole lives ahead of them, and they think that their lives have been ruined because they transitioned. No, I don't approve of this narrative of detransitioners being ruined, mutilated, poor little souls. We're not. I'm not a victim. You're not a victim, because actually we can take control of our own lives and we can make ourselves as happy as we deserve to be. But the problem is you need to work for it. And I know it's hard. For the first year of my detransition, most of which I can't remember because I was a blackout drunk for the whole time, because I was trying to get myself drunk enough to get up the courage to kill myself. You get to that stage, but you eventually get to a point where you realize, do you know what? Wallowing in self-pity gets you nowhere. I can sit here and I can feel sorry for myself all day. What does that do for me? Nothing. Right? So if you want to be happy, if the reason that you transitioned in the first place was because you wanted to be happy, That's telling you that's what your goal is. So why are you now sitting here in detransition, miserable, hating yourself, telling yourself you're all these terrible things and just letting it happen? Why aren't you trying to move on and be happy? Because you deserve that. And I think with detransition in particular, regret-fueled detransition in particular, a lot of the anger that you can feel that's put into yourself, where you hate yourself and you think, I'm stupid, I'm an idiot, I let this happen, blah, 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 blah. And then you eventually get over that, but then your anger goes outwards. And you start getting really angry at the clinics and you start getting really angry at everybody else. I think the best thing that you can do for yourself is forgive people. Forgive them for what they've done, because what else are you going to do? I forgave my gender clinic for doing that to me. I forgave my gender specialist for the half-assed evaluation I got. I forgave the gender team who gave me cross-sex hormones, even though they never met me. I forgave all the counselors and therapists who told me I was trans and non-binary. And I forgave myself for falling for it. And it was the best decision that I ever made, because we all make mistakes. And I know it's not as silly as grabbing the wrong thing at the supermarket, but it's still a mistake, which means it can be forgiven and it can be moved on from. And unless you're happy with the life of simply sitting there all day, feeling sorry for yourself, oh, I'm so miserable and ruined and blah, 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 that's not a life to live. It really isn't. And so you owe yourself, and you owe your loved ones as well, because they joined you on this journey, to actually lacing up your bootstraps and say, I deserve to be able to have a life. I actually deserve to be happy. I actually deserve to be able to move on from this. And if you're a 21-year-old detransitioner, you literally have your whole life. Yeah. So I'm not buying any of this mutilated, ruined, my life is over bullshit. I understand why it feels that way. And it's a massive, massive call out to the therapists who have failed this population, but it's not your fault. So I think that we should all be able to just say, I deserve to be happy, and that's what I'm going to do.
Yay. Big round of applause there for Sinead. That was absolutely rousing. Very,
what
very
happens when I discard my
you.
notes? I forgot half the shit I was going to say.
You didn't need your notes. That was very, very powerful. And you're right. And we all need self-compassion and self-acceptance. And it's the road forward if we can. Yeah, everybody is giving you loads of claps. Thank you very, very much. We're going to just do a quick clip of Kat, and then we're all coming together to have a Q&A and to talk about where to go now. We'll just play this now, and then after the Q&A, we'll have the conversation I have with Keira Bell, and then we'll be finished. And I know we've run way over, but there we go. There's a lot of things to say in this community. Right, I'll stop talking.
Hi, my name is Kat, and I am an FTM-TF detransitioner. At one point in my life, I identified as trans, and I felt like taking testosterone and physically transitioning would help my mind to feel more aligned with my body. I had also been a singer for most of my life. Singing was my greatest love, and I started out with performing with my family, and I continued performing with them through much of my life. I was also on my way to becoming a professional singer and had started to share my voice online. It was a difficult decision to start testosterone, knowing that it would affect the pitch of my voice. However, I had voice dysphoria, severe voice dysphoria, especially about my speaking voice. So I thought that having a deeper and manlier voice was what I was looking for.
suitcase memories. Sometimes you picture me. I'm looking to my head. You're calling to me. I can't hear what you said. You said, oh, son, fall behind. Second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you can look, and you will find me. Time after time. If I'm out, catch you, I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look, and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I'll catch you, I'll be waiting. Time after time. After I picture things and darkness has turned gray, watching through windows, you're wondering if I'm okay. Secrets stolen from deep inside. The drum beats out of time. If you're lost, you can look, and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I'll get you. I will be waiting. Time after time. You say, oh, so far behind. The second hand unwinds. If you're lost, you can look, and you will find me. Time after time. If you fall, I'll get you, I'll be waiting. Time after time. If you're lost, you can look, and you will find me.
What I didn't know is that taking testosterone as an adult female does not have the same effects on the voice as a teenage boy going through puberty, which is what I had been told. What happened is that I ended up with a permanently hoarse and raspy voice. It was painful to talk as well as to sing. My range is limited now, and I struggle with voice cracks to this day. For these reasons, I'm no longer able to perform live in front of an audience. I took testosterone for 4 months, and my voice is forever changed due to this mistake. I feel like when I lost my singing voice, when I would open my mouth and not recognize the harsh, raspy sound that came out, I lost a part of myself. So now I'm sharing my story because I want to let people know that if your voice is important to you, think about that before you take a medication that will permanently alter your voice. For me, it wasn't the right choice, and I will forever have to live with that. Thank you for listening.
Wow. Thank you very much, Kat. The sound wasn't as good as it should have been there. For me, anyway, it might have been better for other people. And I do think actually your voice is, it's like your eyes. It's something really important to somebody. And when your voice changes, I think we have to get used to our voice changing. I know lots of people whose voices change with testosterone. In a way, like Sinéad was saying, you make your peace with your new voice. It's like when you've been through a huge experience and you just have to, in a way, kind of accommodate the new you. We're going to have the Q&A, and we're going to have anything that any detransitioner wants to say is the time. This is it. Shut me up and just get it out. So I might ask you a question. You could say, no, I'm not going to answer that. But what I am going to say is, I didn't get a chance earlier to say this, this, and this. And now, zip it, Stella, and I'm going to say it. So I think all these questions, I'm going to ask the first question, and then somebody put their hand off and take it off really from there. Just to remind everybody, there is a conversation with myself and Keira Bell, pre-recorded, really reflective, interesting conversation, and it'll be coming up after the Q&A. So we'll kind of close it up because this has been epic, literally for once, and we'll close it up and we'll put on the pre-recording. It's a really good conversation with me and Keira. I think it is anyway. Keira's really reflective person. So the first question, a question that combines two different people's similar questions. What can parents do to make it easier for trans-identified people to walk back their transition and commitments without their kids worrying that we'll say, we told you so? Any takers?
Well, there really isn't any fear of that as long as you're not a terrible parent that would say, I told you so. You know, if your child is going through something like that and they want to come to you and say, you know, I thought this, but I was wrong, or whatever. I mean, what mother or father in their right mind would turn around and go, I told you so? Like, just don't behave like that to your children.
The kids will fear that the parents will say it.
Yeah,
not necessarily
yeah.
the parents will say
well,
it.
then, fair enough. I don't know. I suppose that, well, you're not going to know unless the child comes to you, or you're not going to know with any level of certainty. So if they do come to you and say that to you, then obviously don't be a dick about it. But if you've just got a very strong hunch, and you want to talk to them about it, then just, you know, don't put anything on them. Just say to them, you know, is there anything you want to talk about? You know, no matter what you say, I'll always love you. Even if the kid comes out and says something ridiculous like, I'm demisexual, just be like, okay, Billy, that's fine. We still love you. Like, don't disown your children just because they've picked up a ridiculous identity.
I know. Laura, you put your hand up, and then who's after? First Laura and then Carol.
Yeah, so I would say in terms of the parents kind of being supportive after the detransition, I would say that my point of view is always that the gender issues and the transition was just a coping mechanism for something else. And basically, I will use this as an excuse to talk about the attachment issues some more, because all of these things, what they have in common is attachment issues, like basically just not being loved or understood properly by your caregivers or peers. Or if you're autistic, you're not relating to other people, you don't have role models, you don't have positive attachment figures, and especially for parents and families. And so I'll say, like, I feel like a lot of, well, at least for me, then other people, you know, like they didn't get that before the transition. So of course they would be concerned about how their parents would react after the detransition. So I would say, if you're a parent who maybe made some mistakes, or even if you didn't, but we all make mistakes and some worse than others. But if there was issues, a lot of the times the attachment and the relationship is affected by the transition and by the distancing that the child had from their parents, both natural during like normal development and puberty and becoming an adult, but also from whatever issue, mental health issues that they're going through. So I would say use this as an opportunity to not just talk about the gender issues and affirm the detrans. I don't want to say affirm, but you know, support the detransition. Use this as an opportunity to try and find a point of honesty and connection that you might not have had before. Because chances are that even if you don't know if anything is wrong, you probably still have sense that there's some distance going on between you and your child, and the child definitely senses it. And I do believe, and this isn't, I don't think this is just my own bias, but I definitely believe that a lot of these issues come from not having proper attachments. So, you know, you'll be able to sort of kill two birds with one stone, or you'll be able to maybe help the initial issues that were present to begin with, that were never addressed, which is why the transition might have even happened. So if you can address, you know, like you can't, you don't want to like love bomb the kid, right? You don't want to like just suddenly like go from like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, give you your space, I don't really understand this, or be dismissive of the gender stuff. You don't want to like turn a 180 and then suddenly go and be like, oh yeah, you know, actually I want to be best friends and let's like do stuff together and whatever, you know, if you're their parent. But give them space and let them know that you are interested in who they are now and who they've always been. Don't rub it in their face that they used to be one way and should be that way again or whatever. But just try to use this as an opportunity to strengthen the relationship. I have talked to some parents who say that this is like optimistically a good thing that's happened to their family because it's brought them closer to their child and it's made them reflect on their own parenting and their own identities and role modeling and mentoring that they're doing for that kid, and made them sort of evolve in their own thinking about it and strengthen the bond. So that's what I would advise, like use this as an opportunity for support that extends far beyond the gender stuff to strengthen the relationship, because that's going to be the major thing that is going to help everybody involved.
Yeah, that's a really lovely way to approach it. Really, really lovely. Carol, were you going to say something?
No, I have nothing to add.
Really?
Yeah, she summed it up.
I'll go to the next question and you might have something. It combines again two people's similar questions. What is the balance between the number of young lesbians who have internalized homophobia versus the number of young women who had experiences like Helena? That's interesting.
Well, some might not like my answer.
Go on then.
But I'm coming from a more radical feminist view on this. I think there are crossovers between all women and girls with this, because we're all growing up in a culture that belittles women and female in a lot of ways. You know, we aren't viewed as equal to men in so many ways, you know, all the way down to the little boy that wants to play with the girls' toys and the parent, you know, I've seen mothers and fathers both do this. No, that's for girls. Why is that? Why is something that's for girls bad and gross? Why is throwing like a girl bad? Why is being a pussy bad? I mean, there's all these things that we grow up with as women that make us feel shitty. And I think we all cope with it in different ways.
Oh, that's a very good point. Sinead, you're on mute. You're on mute, Sinead. Sinead, you're on mute. Yeah.
I just had a whole epithet there that you missed. Yeah, Carol, I was just going to say, when it comes to the difference between, for example, it doesn't even need to be butch lesbians, actually, just like lesbian transitioners and heterosexual transitioners. The big difference really does seem to be who you're trying to appeal to. So if you're, for example, a biological female who's transitioning to male to appeal to women, you're going to try to put on, you know, what you think attracts women. But if you're a biological female who's attracted to women who transitions, that must have a different thing to it, no? Would it not?
I think that all the transitions coming from the same place. And I guess we could argue that transition for most people is all coming from the same place. It's escaping something. You just have to figure, you have to get to what you're trying to escape.
Yeah.
And oftentimes what seems like for women, we're trying to escape something about there's something around our sex that society puts on us that we don't want.
Yeah. Pursuit of pleasure, avoidance of pain could be the root of everything, really, couldn't it? There's a question for Robin about his 7-point list.
Oh, hi.
How are you? Have you got
Have to
that
sum up.
list to hand? Someone said it. And also you were going to talk a little bit about BIID.
Yeah, I just think that having transition as the be-all end-all cure for dysphoria, which is something that is sort of an amalgamation of many different mental disorders that could be dealt with individually, is quite analogous to treating someone with body identity integrity disorder by willfully chopping off their limb, because you are rendering, if you go through with the surgery, it's really, it's not good. Let me just put it that way. So I don't see the difference in logic. I mean, you could easily look at a BIID case and think, wow, that's ridiculous, that's messed up. Why would anyone allow that to go ahead? And then you look at a trans person and think it's stunning and brave. I just don't understand the difference. And that was a big wake-up call for me in my detransition.
Am I right in thinking you saw something online and
I just saw
yeah.
like a reality TV documentary about some woman who blinded herself, and
Yeah.
I just thought how horrible that is, and how she was affirmed in her insane delusions, and I was affirmed in my delusions that I could become the opposite sex, and that was the right pathway for me.
Right, okay. Another question, I don't know who wants to take this. How can some of the guests address, and I must go back to you, Robin, and ask about the 7-point, but I've got onto this and then we'll go back to that. How can some of the guests address what might have been a better outlet for them in school, other than having teachers and all support staff forced into affirming this? I'm a teacher and this is rampant. Do you follow me? So it was school staff and affirmative. How should the school staff, approach this?
Is there anyone here that was actually trans identified as a child?
I think maybe Limpida, do you want to speak?
I was gonna say, so I work in education. I'm getting my certification right now. So, and I'm in a state where it's currently illegal for teachers to do anything but affirm. So we're required by law to use a student's preferred pronouns. Luckily, we're not in a state where we're required to conceal that from parents, but that's also something that's going on in the United States. I'm pretty sure Washington and New York have laws to that effect. Honestly, I really don't know. There's no easy answer with that. On one level, it's not our business as teachers. It's not, we shouldn't be getting involved in their lives in that way, acting as therapists. There's a lot, that's part of the reason why they're mandating that kind of thing in the first place, is because of changes in education, and now teachers are expected not to be educators so much, but more so like emotional management for troubled kids. And that's one of the reasons why they're able to push that kind of thing. But my argument for that is kind of like, we shouldn't have to I'm trying to think, like, how do I phrase this? It shouldn't really be the teacher's business to try to talk to them about something that personal.
It shouldn't be in schools. This is
It shouldn't be in
ridiculous.
school. Yeah, it shouldn't be in schools. It shouldn't be in schools. But the thing is,
it's going off their lane, because you could say that they should be teaching English or geography or maths, and really it's not for any teacher to kind of, is this what you're saying, to impose their views on gender or things like that? Is that where you're going?
I'm saying, like, if you come across a trans identified kid as a member of school staff, I'm saying, like, there's not very much you can do, and moreover, I'm not sure that there's very much you should do other than sort of make other people aware of the situation, right? I wouldn't just start talking to them as if like you're their best friend or something, because that's problems, right? That causes problems, that can get you in trouble, that can get you, people will be like, well, why are you like singling out this one kid? Why are you talking to them privately? That kind of thing. I it's tricky. I don't have a good answer for that, and I'm someone that's in the system, and I've been talking to teachers. I would talk to other teachers. I think that's what I would do. I went on Saturday. I went to a no, not Saturday, Friday. So yesterday I went to a bar with a bunch of my colleagues, and specifically we did not invite one teacher in particular that is like a 45-year-old non-binary woman with 2 non-binary kids. I don't know why she didn't come, but I don't think she was invited. And they asked me about, because they know I was trans because I detransed at work. So they asked me about it, and they were like, "What, you know, what's up with that? What's the deal? What's your perspective on that? Because it's kind of a hot button right now." And I just spoke to them honestly about it, and most of them were very receptive, because I think to most normal people for whom this is not like a huge plank in their life, they see it as child abuse, and rightfully so. So I think you'll be surprised if you talk to your colleagues, like maybe you guys can form sort of your own game plan for what to do if that were to happen, along with colleagues that you trust. I wouldn't go with just random people, because of course there are those psychos that are in the schools that are listening all the time. I know I can't talk to certain administrators about it. I can't talk to the school therapist about it, because they would immediately say I'm not fit for the job.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's tricky. I don't know how you would go about that other than to try to get involved in local politics and try to get the law changed,
Just so
and try to make parents aware of it.
yeah, people, just so people know, Genspect have a school guidance, and we also have a guidance about social transition, and it's very careful to help teachers create a neutral space, which isn't kind of rejecting, and it isn't celebratory, so that it's kind of because the teacher's job is to educate in whatever they're trained in, and that's what's important. There's a really good question here, but I don't know if anybody can answer it. Are there any good resources for women that are currently still taking testosterone but are dealing with pelvic pain? And they've been given estrogen supplementation to retain fertility. They're taking birth control. No, there's not. Is there not?
That very strongly depends on the pain they're experiencing. I experienced a very, very severe pelvic and abdominal pain on testosterone, and exercise cured it for me. But without actually speaking to the person, you don't know for certain. So I would say get more active, get checked out by your doctor, make sure that everything's okay, because you shouldn't,
Yeah.
It depends. It
Okay.
depends like how long after stopping testosterone
It
they're still
depends on
having
so
pain
many
too,
things.
because for some I've heard that it lasts a while, and it takes time for your body to get back. If you didn't have a hysterectomy, for example, it takes a while for everything to get back on track.
Yeah.
The best advice, and the thing is, we don't know. Doctors don't know either. So the
No,
best advice I would
Carol, that's the funniest fucking thing, is that we know more than the fucking doctors do.
I know.
Yeah.
I experienced very severe abdominal cramps for about 14 months after ceasing testosterone. And I had that conversation with my GP, and he was like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, so that's what I was going to say. I said, when it comes to this, you need to self-advocate and educate yourself on the stuff. And you have to be willing to go to the doctor and say, no, you will listen to me, or you will send me somewhere else. It's hard, but you have to do
But
it.
most people won't do that. Most people don't have.
I know, that's why I said they
not
had
even
to do it.
not even necessarily the confidence, but why should you have to? Why should you
I
have to
know.
go to your doctor
I
and
mean,
tell it like, oh, you're wrong?
Well, if it depends on the context. It depends where the person is and where they're at. But if they're in pain and they want to get help, they might have to batten the door down. I want to ask one more question, and then we'll put on the Keira Bell interview. And I think this has gone on way longer, obviously, like 2 hours longer than it should
Do you
have.
think, Stella?
Sorry about that, but it was so riveting. I couldn't shorten it. But I do think there'll be many more events. I've no doubt. There's been so many extraordinarily powerful speakers. The last question that I think I'd like to hear people say is, do you think the being in the trans, a couple of people have asked it, do you think being in the trans movement is like a cult, or is it cult-like?
No, absolutely.
It is a cult.
Yeah, is it? It is.
It is. It absolutely is.
That's undeniable. It is a cult.
Okay, anybody else? Carol and Sinead, strong, yes?
Yes.
Laura,
It is a
Michelle,
cult.
Laura,
Yeah.
Limpida, Michelle?
It's a body modification cult, essentially.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Look, that's not disparaging of all trans people, of course not. But the ideology itself, the idea that you must affirm, the idea that if you're 4 years old and you say you're the opposite sex, which means you are, the idea that you can simply claim to be something and automatically you are. Like, it's
Yeah.
not individual trans people. Individual trans people are wonderful and beautiful and amazing, and we don't give a shit about them because they're just getting on with their lives. Individual trans people aren't the problem. The ideology is everything, and it absolutely takes the form of a cult. Sans
Okay.
the iconic individual leader. It is.
We could probably do a whole separate thing on this, which would be interesting because it really does need to
Yeah.
be touched on.
It does.
Yes, and people fear it. Laura, you have your hand up there.
Yeah, so I've long thought that the body modification and the trans ideology was a form of spirituality. Like, even if you get away from the cultish, like political or religious organizational parts of it, I think just this idea that you can reach this sort of trans joy, aka like enlightenment or transcendence. Like, what is transcendence, right? I have a podcast on it, but transcendence, you know, you're working towards these higher level goals, which is exactly like the transition process is supposed to give you. So you're working on these different goals to reach enlightenment. So transition is seen as a process of transcendence. And the whole thing is a metaphor for spirituality, because young people have lost spirituality. And I don't even mean religion, they've lost that, but also like just spirituality itself, like being able to deal with these intense and heightened emotional and intellectual and physical and physiological communal tribal experiences. I really do think it's all about finding spirituality, and that it's all symbolic of misguided transcendence.
I think you've got a really good point there. I think we're in a post-religious age, and it hasn't gone half as well as we thought it would. Religion left us, and I don't believe in any God, and yet I think we as a society are flailing. Robin, could you please tell us that 7-point gender dysphoria? I think you're going to be haunted about this.
I posted it in the
times.
chat a moment ago.
I know, but
I'll
just
post
talk
it
us
again
through it.
just to make
Sorry.
sure everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got to like OCD. I actually really wanted to talk about OCD because the desire to transition is definitely a compulsion in the way that it manifests. I really wanted to tear the testosterone out of the body. I mean, you only need to look at I hear a lot of accounts from parents of boys who are shaving their arms every single day. Like, you can't tell me that's not like obsessive compulsive sort of desire. And also I hear a lot of detrans or women talk about their obsession with wanting to stand to pee, and they get like these attachments so that they can stand to pee, and I think that's sort of OCD adjacent as well. And then I well, I would say it's less convenient. I always sit down, but whether I be trans identifying or not.
I think there's a real argument for like trans ruminative OCD, that this is just, it's rumination, OCD, and they're fixated on trans. You know, some people get fixated on being a paedophile, and they're not a paedophile, but it's an OCD rumination, and it's a really distressing one. And it just feels incredibly like it in a very different way, and it's not the same thing, and I'm not, blah, blah. But the point is the rumination of a distressing point. Anyway, sorry, Robin, keep going.
If you listen to any account of, or a simplified account of gender dysphoria, like, oh, they see a different person, or they obsessively want to change some part of their body, like body dysmorphia it's just so obviously OCD in every sense of the word. And I have other OCD manifestations, like I have nightmares a lot and nightmare daydreams, and I always ruminate on the worst possible outcome of every situation, and it's pretty debilitating. And the same goes for gender dysphoria. So I have a great deal of sympathy for people who are suffering, but I just don't think that transition is the silver bullet.
Okay, I think we better move on to Keira. I think I have to say a big thank you to everybody that contributed. Man, it's nearly 2:00 in Madrid. Hola to España.
Stella,
Adios too. Yes,
Stella?
Sinead, yes.
can I be really cheeky and ask if everyone else can say one or two sentences that they want the people listening to hear?
Good idea. Very good. So anybody want to take it away? Each person say one
I'll
or two
go
sentences.
first.
Yeah, you go first. You said it all.
I really, really want the people who currently have within their abilities to do so, who are treating children. Doesn't need to be children. That's the most important part. You could be treating anyone of any age, but with the cash review and things like that, I really, really, really want people in the mental health field and the medical field to understand that everything that's happening right now, it's new. It's not set in stone. These children, they're a brand new demographic. Like, it used to be grown men, now it's little girls. This is experimental. You're not being kind and inclusive and all this bullshit. You're experimenting on children. And I just put ideology aside, everything. I don't care if you're pro-trans. I don't care if you're for trans. I don't care if you hate detransitioners. I don't care. Just understand that what's happening right now is resulting in an enormous number of young people seeking help at clinics. And I would beg that you would give them the neutral, clinical, appropriate care that they deserve.
It's just distress and it just needs to be treated. Anybody else who want to add a sentence or two? Anybody? Are you all exhausted?
No, I'll
Michelle.
add something.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go a different direction, but like my presentation was all about how the medical profession is failing detransitioners, of course. And I just wanted to stress that even though a lot of our advocacy has to do with what we're telling other people they have to do and seemingly putting the blame on everyone else, I just want to stress the fact that we do partially blame ourselves. Everyone here owns up to the fact that we had some agency in this, even if there were other things that happened as well. And I just think that people need to know that, because you don't see it. You don't see us taking responsibility for it, because that's something we all do privately.
Because it gets censored.
I don't know. Very complicated. It's, oof. You know, when you're in mental distress, I'm just speaking as a therapist, Michelle, when all these people who come to me and they're in terrible distress, my job is to, like, on some level, if I'm any good at it, is to kind of minimize the hurt. You know what I mean? On some level, I don't know. Man, I find it very hard to apportion blame on anybody except the professionals, if I'm honest. I'll be honest. Laura, you had your hands up there, but I might be wrong.
Yes, I would like to say that, again, because I always like to look just layers underneath. So what I want to say is that all of these issues, all of these like manifestations of mental disorders and mental illnesses and criteria for being trans and all these different reasons, they are all, you know, if you take kind of a larger, like a macro sort of lens, I obviously look at things microscopically, but if you take a macro lens, we are all exhibiting traits of the human condition. And I think a lot of this is due to dehumanization of these various things. Whether you're autistic, you feel dehumanized. ADHD, if you're a man, you feel dehumanized. If you're a woman, you feel dehumanized. A lesbian, you feel dehumanized. If you have trauma, you feel dehumanized. It's all about dehumanization. And I think the key to healing from any of these things and to self-acceptance is to understanding that these are all manifestations of the human condition. And once we forgive ourselves for being human, and that these are all human traits and that we're not alone in them, especially within the very supportive detrans community, that's a huge thing that's helped me, just finding that I wasn't alone in this. And you can forgive yourself for just being human. And that's the key to moving on and then finding your own humanity and in the humanity of others. And then, not to sound too hippie-ish, but like just love itself I think is at the root again of all of this. You can call it attachment or insecure attachment to secure attachment, but I think love is at the root of all this. And if we have more love and compassion, and again, like humanity and humaneness towards our fellow people, I know all of us here do, but you know, just, I don't know, just more love would be nice.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That is really beautiful. I remember being told, like, you know, if we could accept ourselves as a compassionate mess, it's, you know, it's enough to be getting along with. And I think it really is. More love. Very well said. I think we're going to share Keira Bell and myself talking about what detransitioners need. And that will be the closing of our webinar. I hope you all learned an awful lot, and you're going to be ready, every one of you, to spread the word about how important it is to listen to the detransitioners. We're going to get an awful lot of these clips out onto YouTube and different places, and there'll be information shared in many different places. Let's say everybody who's signed up for the webinar will get the information that any of the contributors want to give about how to find them or how to get their slides and things like that. So you will hear from us again, but we'll put on this, and I hope you really benefited from it. Thank you very, very much to everybody who contributed, to Keira, to Laura, to Michelle, to Sinéad, Robin, Limpida, to all the people who were there earlier as well, to Helena, and you know, Kat and Allie. Let me think who else was there. I hope I don't miss anybody. Grace, of course, was amazing, and Robin and Nick. I'm probably repeating myself at this stage. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very, very much. So can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so we have the lovely Keira Bell, and this is for Detrans Awareness Day. And I think the most important thing me and you could talk about, Keira, would be what would the average, you know, person who's going to detransition need? Where are they going to go? And I suppose if we were to start, I think there's two places. I'm not putting words in your mouth and you put me right. The two things that come to me would be, one would be, there must be a couple of years where you're lost in transition. It must be, because I've met them, they've emailed me, where they haven't quite got to the place of detransition, but they're in a very, very dark place. And I'm thinking, should there be something for those people? And should that not be the word detransition, because that would freak them out? Should there be a space where people go? And, you know, some of them might continue with their transition, but some of them might have the brain space. So would it be a clinic? Would it be a drop-in center? What do you think about that, first of all, that idea of the people who are transitioned and kind of thinking, where am I? I'm not sure where I fit. What do you think about that?
I definitely felt that they would need, of course, they would need some sort of support. I don't know for sure in what capacity, but I think personally, I lean towards the idea that they should have just kind of generalized therapy anyway, but I suppose that gets onto the larger topic of the mental health crisis, and that's a really big issue to kind of get stuck into. But I mean, yeah, the term detransition, I think, is really daunting for anyone, especially if you've been transitioned for many years and the stigma attached to it. No one really wants to associate with that, at least not in the beginning. So yeah, I think it's definitely best to stay away from that term, probably, for people in that middle ground.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So there has to be a place where transitioners can go, but people who are transitioned, where they can go and question without feeling they're going to be hammered into detransition or going to be hammered into staying, that they can just question.
Yes, yeah.
And that would need to be therapists. I think you're right, therapists need to do it. But I think it would be nice if the NHS, I know Hilary Cass is doing a review and looking at needs, if there was a concept where there was a place where people who are questioning their gender, and it's the larger sense. You can question your gender when you've transitioned, you can question your gender pre-transition. Have you ever heard of the the kind of therapeutic support group that Az Hakim did, kind of in the kind of early noughties?
No, I don't know too much about that. I know of him.
Yeah, I tell you what he did. It's kind of interesting, and nobody's really reproduced it. He had a therapeutic group. It was a group of people, and half of them were transition people who wanted to transition, and half of them were people who had already transitioned. And they met, and the people who were already transitioned weren't happy with their transition. Weren't necessarily going to detransition, but weren't happy. And so they met. And what he found was, it's extraordinary. It was something like 2 or 3%. It was a very small percentage of people went on to transition, having had therapeutic group work with people who had transitioned and weren't happy. Because the people who saw the people who had transitioned, they were going, this is so much harder than I thought. But I think that's an amazing concept, and Az stopped it. He used to do it through the NHS in the first 10 years or so. It was kind of 2002 to 2012 he did it. Sounds amazing. And it was through the NHS. I think a lot of people could benefit from something like that. I wonder, had you met a transitioned person pre-transition? Did you meet many, and would have made it if they weren't happy? I wonder what you would have thought.
Yeah, I don't think I met anyone before I transitioned, and barely after I transitioned. Yeah, I do think it probably would have put things into perspective for sure. I mean, the attitude to everything has definitely changed since I transitioned anyway. I mean, you know, it was as simple as, are you going to transition? Do you see yourself as the opposite sex? And now it's branched out into, you're questioning your gender or your gender identity, and you can be all of these different things. And it's like, it's even beyond me at this point. So it's definitely, you know, it's gonna take a lot of work, and, you know, with all of this stuff kind of, you know, murky in the waters and stuff, I mean, it's gonna be quite a task. But yeah, I think, yeah, there's definitely a few different ways to do it. I mean, what was the guy's name again?
Az Hakim. Az Hakim.
Yeah. So he did that through the NHS. Was that through like a gender clinic? Or?
Yeah, he did that in the Tavistock. Or you know, he definitely did it. I'll put up some information. You know, part of this talk, I'll put up some information about it. But he did it. He catalogued. He wrote about it, and nobody was very interested when he left. He left to go on to do some other work, and he said, there is this thing I'm doing, and nobody was very interested, and so it stopped. And I just think it's a brilliant idea. I think the brilliant idea would really help people. It's like, here's people on this side, here's people on that side. Let's just talk about the experiences, because I think no matter what, an awful lot of people, even if they're glad they transitioned, there's a lot they regret. There's a lot of things they didn't expect. There's a lot of things. And I often wonder, kind of psychologically, you might be interested in this, some people just don't regret things. It's nothing to do with whether they really regret it or not. It's the way they live their life. As in, I don't do regrets. Well, some people say, no, I do regrets. I regret that. I wish I hadn't done that, but now I'm happy and I could do this. Well, some people go, no, I don't do regrets. It's almost a philosophy in life. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, I'm still, you know, I kind of, I'm not really sure where I stand on that just yet. I think I'm still kind of figuring things out from a very basic kind of standpoint. You know, I think the term regret, that's just kind of followed me on, like people just kind of assume that
putting it onto you.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure how I feel about that. I think I'm more prone to try and see it as not a regret. I try not to see it as regret, because I think even that term being put on it can kind of dictate the way I feel about certain things. So I try to stay away from the term regret. I don't particularly like that term myself.
I think that's very interesting, because I did a film, Trans Kids, in 2018, Trans Kids It's Time to Talk. And in it, I made friends with a lovely woman. She's called Keira. She was a detransitioned woman. And we gave her an interview, and she's in the film. I think she's one of the first detransition people who were on the mainstream, if not the first. And she said she was ripping. She was really angry with what had happened to her. She didn't regret it because it was part. How can you take a chunk of your life and regret it? It's a big concept. She didn't regret it, but she was angry that it was allowed to happen. If you follow me, you can be both.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I'm quite a spiritual person. You know, I do believe things happen for a reason as well. And so, I mean, if that didn't happen to me, I don't know. I don't know what would have happened, but I would have been a different person. And so I can't focus on like
you can't do
what
that.
I would have been in a different timeline or whatever.
Do you know what it's like? It's like when somebody says, "Oh, if somebody had shot Hitler in 1938, well, then we wouldn't have had the war, and then we wouldn't have." Had... It's like,
yeah.
Where,
yeah.
So
it's
imagine. Let's go on to imagine the person has gone through that weird brain space of a few years of thinking, "Can I get out of this?" And they got to the point of, I should detransition. Were you introduced to the concept of detransition before you detransition? Because I think this is a key point, if you follow me.
I don't think I was, not in a substantial kind of capacity anyway. I mean, I think I'd potentially heard the term, but I think even I distanced myself. If I had heard of it, I would have distanced myself from it because it had negative connotations, and also I was so sure in myself, or I thought I was so sure in myself that it never even crossed my mind. It was never a thing where I learned of the term and I was like, "Ooh, that rings true in some way." It was simply like I was just on it. I was just like one track minded about it, so it wasn't even like in my thought space or whatever. Like it really wasn't. So yeah, I think maybe if it was, if I was taught about detransition and that is possible, which I think would have been even harder back then, because I don't think it was really talked about back then. It's only been in the last few years, I'd say, that the term has really come about in a substantial way, and the possibility seems more. It seems more possible for people. Yeah.
Well, it probably does for you because you're living your life. I'd say, because I know some parents and they are saying the concept of detransition to their kids, and the kids are like, no. Like you, there would be a shutter of no, not going there. And do you remember what led you to suddenly saying, well, I'm going to stop? Did you kind of just stop testosterone, or did you make a decision to detransition? Or there's quite a few people have said to me, I didn't make a decision, I just stopped testosterone.
No, I think I did make the decision, or even if it was I'm stopping the testosterone, it was very like a very short amount of time before I then decided like no, like all of this is just looking at the big picture. But yeah, I just knew that I didn't want to continue with the hormones anymore, and that's the thing. It's like detransition. I think people have the idea that detransition means reverse when it doesn't. I think D is like the Latin root meaning stop, right? So detransition just means stop. It doesn't mean reverse transition. So I think the term. Well, yeah, the term is true. It does make sense, but people associate with detransition the term or the word with reverse when it actually just means stop. So
wow. And what do you think you could have done with them? Like what? Imagine we were to provide it to the average, 22-year-old who's just just stops their testosterone, or wherever they're around that. What could we provide them? Is it a clinic, and should it be a drop-in? Should there be regular group meetings? Is that a bit intense?
I feel like group stuff is all like, regardless of why you're going to therapy, I think group stuff people always tend to shy away from, or they just don't like the sound of. And even when they go, they tend not to like the experience. So I tend to, I wouldn't really suggest group therapy. I'd say, I think definitely some sort of clinic for sure. It's just which way that's framed, or you know, how it's set up, that's kind of the most important part. But yeah, perhaps like a clinic, or even just one-to-one therapy with someone that, you know, they can trust and someone that they, you know, get along with. So
there's one part of me thinks, I'm interested to know what you think of this. One part of me thinks, if there was, now you mightn't like this at all, but if there was a scenario where you're at a clinic and for people who want to transition, they go that way. For people who are questioning, they go that way. For people who are detransitioning, as in stopping their transition, they go that way. You could say, oh, I'd hate that. But I think it would actually be very powerful for the transitioners to know there are other aspects. Do you know what I mean? But it could be very harmful for the detransitioners to feel. I don't want to go anywhere near that. Maybe I'm wrong.
So like a clinic that branches off depending on what?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I think even the people that, because I know that within the Tavistock, for example, I think, you know, there was always this, there's almost like a competition that people kind of started amongst themselves of just like, oh, did you get in? Like, did you get referred, sort of thing? And if you didn't, it's like, you know, the worst thing. So it's kind of, I don't know how to put it, but it's, it became, yeah, this weird competition regardless of how good of a decision it was for you. Because, you know, when you're talking with like vulnerable, you know, young people, it, you know, the what's best for you can get kind of confused in group kind of, you know, just seeing what other people are at and what stages
No,
they're at. Just
you're actually hitting upon something that's very well known in psychology. So you're dead right. For example, anorexia, right? You have to be really careful bringing anorexic people together because they become incredibly competitive. And so you're really treading on very thin ice, almost allowing them access to each other because they're competitive in a destructive way. And you just kind of hit upon it with gender dysphoria, that that's what happens. And so you're saying you could light all sorts of fires in people accidentally just by almost meeting each other or seeing each other. You could light up a fire of competition in them that shouldn't be lit. I think that's what you're saying, is it?
Yes, for sure. Yeah. And yeah, I've not really like investigated that too much, but it's just something I've observed. And yeah, with branching it off like that, I think it definitely sets that up. Yeah, I feel like coming away from the models that have been used, for example, at the Tavistock as much as possible, I think that's probably the best thing to do, like coming away from that as much as possible, and breaking down those structures and making it just a more, I feel it just needs to be more of a general, and I could be wrong because other people are at different stages of their transition or detransition or whatever they're doing. But like I feel at this stage it needs to be more of a general like what's going on with you. You know, they just need to have a therapist in general. Therapy, yeah. Like let's come away from, you know, oh, you're this or you're that, or you see yourself this way, you see yourself that way. Like it's,
It's old-fashioned therapy that we've been doing for 100 years, which is what's going on for you, what's hard, what's going well. Let's explore what are the patterns. Just the basic therapy. You're so right. I think now you're talking, I'm kind of coming around to the idea of if there was maybe a phone line that people could ring, just like there's a phone line for people who are questioning that whether they're gay or not. There's a phone line for people who are, you know, there's lots of different phone lines for different aspects of life. What about a gender questioning phone line where you kind of go, and you could be anybody, if you follow me. You could be somebody who's thinking about detransition. You could be somebody who's seeking transition. And they have somebody at the end of the line who just is willing to carry out the therapeutic, not therapy because it's only a phone line, but certainly a therapeutic approach.
Yeah, I think that sounds good for sure. You know, I think it's also quite, I think it's also good for, you know, because that could be like one option, but I feel like it's also important for these people to see people face to face. Because another thing is that a lot of people, they're caught up in like fantasy worlds and like, you know, I'm talking more specifically about those that have only just recently transitioned or are thinking of doing so, and maybe even people that are, you know, recovering from gender dysphoria. You know, it can still be kind of stuck in this like world that you've created for yourself, and so seeing someone physically and having therapy that way, I think that can kind of break that down, and you know, you're just kind of stripped bare in a way, as opposed to on the phone. I just think it's probably better for that. But yeah, the phone
I
line.
agree with you. So we're creating, I hope the NHS are listening, we're creating a whole thing here. We're creating a phone line for one person, for everybody, but also a kind of a scenario where people actually physically meet. And you're right, something special happens. I know, like myself, when I work with clients, when I meet them one-on-one, it's so much more warmer and deeper and more real and more, just got more with it. So there's an actual physical place, a clinic you can go, and it's separated from everywhere. It's literally its own clinic, and it's some sort of detransitional center where people can actually go and get therapy. And it's not necessarily group. Although some people like it, you're kind of saying we'll need the one-to-one. So I can kind of see what's needed, and it occurs to me maybe there should be another place where it's questioning your gender, and it's not near the detransition clinic, because that could bring a lot of fear into something. It's over somewhere else, different part of the world, like maybe a different part of the city, and it's for people who are questioning their gender, whether they're medical transition or not. They're just questioning, and they have their place, and they're not meeting, so they're not freaking each other out or something, or making competition out of it. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think you know, and I can only speak from experience and what I thought I would find beneficial, because I'm sure that, you know, if you speak to the next person, they might find group therapy amazing. That would be the thing that would help them. So
we're exploring this today in Detrans Awareness Day. That's the concept. Like, what does everybody come up with? Go on, I jumped in on you.
No, I forgot what I was going to say now, but no, it wasn't important, but just
well, I tell you, we're going to say, I don't know what other people want, but what I would like is one-on-one. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah. So, and also the language is definitely, you know, because that probably is another topic to discuss, really. But it's just it's a big topic, because you know, when you put out there, oh, you know, are you questioning your gender, and then it's up for debate whether gender's even, you know, what does gender mean? Like, I know, in my opinion, gender, I mean, it's just kind of gender roles that are made up by society. For other people, you know, I suppose particularly young people, they'll see it as like a literal thing that's like up here, and it's like hardwired, or it should dictate how your body is, and you know, it's got to be so confusing for the kids now. Is basically my point. Like, I don't know.
I think so, but the language is very important. This whole movement has been centered on language. And you know, Ian Hacking wrote about this, and about how there's a concept called semantic contagion, which means a word can basically, now I'm probably going to make a mess of this, but I'll try my best. A word or a phrase can almost create more contagion. So the phrase trans kids could create more trans kids. Now, on the other hand, the phrase ROGD could work in a different way, or the phrase detransition coming into the world and becoming more common. That could have its own powerful effect, if you follow me. But a phrase in itself causes a contagion. It gives meaning to a phenomenon.
Yeah.
And I think you're saying basically by throwing around the word gender, you'd want to look at that.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, just kind of, because I suppose that would be particularly for the people that are questioning whatever, if they want to consider it their gender identity. You know, they're already confused about certain things, and I imagine going through other mental health issues as well. So I'm just worried about them and things becoming confused, because yeah, like you were saying, like you rightly said, it's like if powers given to the word gender, are you questioning your gender? Like your gender, they're gonna think, oh yeah, like that's a thing, and you know, them. I don't know. I just
yeah, no, it's tricky. You're right.
I'm worried about a lot of things really, and I'm just yeah, just it's gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be a really difficult one. But yeah, I think yeah, just getting back to what we were saying about like more general help and like a general therapy service, I think on the phone would be good for maybe the people that are too anxious to come and meet in person, and then also having that option to meet someone in a impartial environment.
Yeah, it would occur to me it would take about a few phone calls, and then they'd say, I want to meet somebody. You know, it would take a few good phone calls for you to think, yeah, I think I could. Right, we should finish it up. Is there any words of advice or anything you want to say to anybody who might be feeling lost in their identity? Anything you'd say to them?
Probably all the cliche stuff, like get out and try working out and take a look at the trees and the sky above. Like, you know, I just yeah, no, seriously, I just think it's really a thing where you're just stuck in your head, and I've been there. I feel like I'm slowly coming out of that, where I'm not as much in my head. Like I'm not just kind of I'm thinking less and less about the concept of gender or even my sex. Like it's not even a thing that I'm really thinking about as much in those terms. So yeah, just try and focus on external things, like as far as hobbies and things like that, and it will, you know, that's the right direction to go, I think. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Cheers.